perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to a beautiful Sunday and back to a fantastic Streamers League, where we've entered the endgame now. Of course, I am here with Magvire, a lovely, lovely co-commentator, and I myself am RJ, aka RJ Cast. You can find us both on Twitter, by the way, in case you're wondering. For today, we look at the playoffs. We've already seen two fantastic group stages, two beautiful, beautiful days, and they were filled with excitement, filled with some really dominant matches and some really good showings. How are you feeling about this one, McVire? Did you have a good night's of sleep?
Yeah, actually, I did, and I really appreciate you selling us out quite quickly during the stream. Yeah, go at McGuire, go at RJ Casts, follow us, give us a shout out. Okay, we got it out of the way. I'm quite happy for today's upcoming matches because, well, to be completely honest, I do not know what to expect. Like, in general, besides Team Fanyu maybe proving themselves yet again, they have not been, tested really well yesterday. Both of the times just going 2-0. So basically, I want to see how the Greek qualifiers will pan out because this is quite underappreciated region in terms of Valorant. So I'm really excited to see them prove themselves, in the international LAN tournament environment. Against people from Romania, from Hungary, from Poland, because so far what we've been seeing in this tournament, in this qualifier, got me quite impressed. I've got to tell you, I am quite impressed with what Team Fanyu, Team Mugi, maybe Team Stacy has to offer today. Cannot wait to see how it pans out and who will get out on top in the end.
Absolutely. So, what also always impresses me, by the way, is the quality of the gear that HyperX delivers. We want to give them a thank you as well, exclamation mark HyperX in the chat, for setting us up with some lovely kit. Obviously, you've got the wireless edition of the headphones, but if I believe you correctly, they are charging right now. Obviously,
Yes.
that is a thing, right? But
Uh,
hey,
you know,
I'm sure.
I've been
After
using them
you.
so much during last few days that they actually,
Yeah.
ran out of battery because I can walk around my apartment and still listen to music, listen to whatever is going on my PC, and it's just so helpful because you never know when your bladder is going to call you to a quick break during the game,
Yeah.
so you don't have to plug them out, you don't have to, get them off your head. So this is really nice. They're charging up right now. They'll be ready for the second game. But let's see the bracket and who are we going to be seeing playing today. Of course, the first semi-final team, Mugi, going against Team Antilipsi. Yesterday, Team Antilipsi got here because of the round discrepancy, of the round difference. Because, like you remember, Team Slack against Team Antilipsi, both times 12-12, such a close games, and it really is a shame that we cannot see Team Slacky today. But Team Antilipsi, maybe they'll prove themselves today and finally get the first win on the board.
That's the big question that's up for today because the opponent that they're facing, Team Mugi, is a fierce one, I'll tell you that much. Obviously, the second semi-final will see Team Funyu going up against Team Stacy, and obviously, in that case, right, we saw Team Stacy, just like Team Mugi, basically got in with almost a guaranteed G2A disqualification in that first group on Friday that we saw, but Team Stacy did net the worst seeding. Team Mugi with a very, very dominant showing at that. And of course, the grand final, well, that's all still to be decided. My dear McVire, do you already have a team that you say is definitely going to the grand final?
To be completely honest, I think we have two big favorites in those semifinals. Of course, being it Team Mugi, I don't believe that they're as strong as maybe Team Fanyu, but going up against Team Antilipsi, they should be able to bring it back home and win it 2-0, 2-1. This would be my prediction, but Team Mugi getting out on top. And in terms of Team Stacy against Team Fanyu, well, I've got to be completely honest. Team Fanyu didn't show us too many weaknesses yesterday. Their ascent is just impeccable. So even though the Team Stacy might be one of the better teams here in this mix, maybe being a little worse than Team Yugi, but who knows if they played a revenge or yet another game against each other, maybe they would prove themselves there. But I've gotta be cruel to them. It's Team Fanyu and Team Yugi in finals in terms of my prediction.
I can totally find myself in that as well. We've also got the map picks coming through right now. Taking a quick look at that. It's Team Antilipsi that will start things off with Breeze. a nice and, how do I put it, open start. You know, Breeze, in my opinion, quite an open map in that sense. And then Fracture as a follow-up, that is one I think we might not even have seen once in the entirety of the Streamers League so far, or at the very least only seen it maybe once. It's not been picked very often. So I want to give Team Mugi credit for that one. I'm interested to see how that's going to pan out because it's an interesting map. Just the zip lines alone, you know, they do so much. And then Split as a potential decider. Yeah, I think that this is a pretty good map. Well, field, right? Some pretty decent picks coming through. What is going through your mind straight away now that you see this?
Well, completely honest, the playground here, the playfield for Fracture might be interesting because, like you mentioned before, teams are reluctant to pick up this map. This is the newest map in the mix, and it's quite a hard map. It's not so simple. It's not like Bind where you execute, you get on side. You actually can get a lot of flanks, rotations going. You can approach it from multiple angles, and of course, in defense, it's such a hard task to pull off, you know, a strong defense on this map. So even pro teams have been, you know, like reluctant to pick up Fracture in the early days of the map being in the map rotation, of the tournament map rotation. So Team Mugi picking it up, this is such a statement from them because they must be feeling confident in this map, and it might actually throw Team Antilipsi off. If they struggle on Breeze, I think Fracture will just go straight away to Team Mugi. So they really have to put the best form in the first map because Fracture might be just too big enough obstacle to jump over.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. Obviously, you don't want to invite the risk of a 2-0 appearing, and you do want to make sure that you still got a fighting chance because that is that major risk, right? If Antilipsi lose out their own map pick, I do start to worry a little bit. I do wonder how they'll be able to hold out on Fracture. But obviously, to actually decide how they're going to play, they need another factor to come through, and that's actually agents. We're going to take a look at the agent select and see who picks what. By the looks of things, when I look at this matchup, there's already 3 agents locked in on the Team Mugi side. They're already starting things off quite well. Now, Chamber, Sova, Jet, nothing too surprising there, I think.
When you look at the right side and the right hand side, there was a little battle between Mugi and Narshil. Who is going to pick Viper? This usually doesn't happen during, you know, ranked games or whatever. You don't see people fighting over picking smokers. It's usually the duelists that are of high contestation. So of course, nothing new from Team Mugi. Still Narshil on Viper. Then you have Nyaru. I believe that they have already been playing on Breeze during the very first day against Team Stacy, and they showed us that they can pull off 8 rounds in a row during the first half after losing initial 4. So I'm quite happy with the map pick for Team Mugi because they seem to be quite comfortable with it. On Breeze, they have already proven themselves, and really, the only question mark here is Fracture. But for what it's worth, they were the ones to choose it. So starting on Breeze, which is a map pick from Team Antilipsi, they should be looking good, and then Fracture is a question mark, but they've chose it, so they must have something prepared for it. That's why I'm saying this will be probably a Team Mugi sweeping this series 2-0 because the map pick is just in such a favor for them.
Okay, fair call, fair call. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from with that one. It's definitely a challenging map pick. Also because Breeze, even though it is the Team Antilipsi pick, it is a map that has been in that rotation a little while longer. You know, in the grand scheme of things, Breeze is still a relatively newer map, but still, it's been more known. And for this first semi-final, I couldn't have thought of a better map to start things off with. Let's go and take a look. Team Antilipsi versus Team Mugi. Both of these have a chance, but Team Mugi is slightly favoured. They have put down a dominant performance in that first showing in Group A, so let's see if they can keep that going as they're on the attacker's side, and Nyaru immediately pushes ahead.
Yeah, quite classic opening from Nyaru, just pushing on side, and unluckily for Kayotsas, he wasn't able to respond with a frag, and right now you can see attackers just flooding B side, planting the spike, and the round's pretty much over. It just started and the round might be over. Let's see how how can Team Mugi answer with the retake? It has to be Bizzle to bring some frags home.
And I think that he's definitely the player that can do that kind of thing. Still today, he's getting denied. Narsil and Yaru. That is the power duo that you guys have to look out for at home, because they can do so much. In the end, it'll be Narsil catching out Tenta, and Team Mugi getting a pretty solid victory through 3 people still left alive. I think that that says enough, and that makes a dominant showing for the first pistol round.
Yeah, Team Antilipsi, I believe they were kind of, you know, gamble stacking towards A side, because it was just Viper alone on B side. And the pistol rounds, they're unique in the sense of you either buy a pistol and couple and like 1 or 2 abilities, or you don't buy an upgraded pistol and you go for more of your abilities. But basically, you cannot afford a full kit of abilities. And Viper's strength of holding B side alone lays in her ability to just lock down the B main alone. So basically, you need all of those abilities to do that. And I don't believe that on the side of Team Antilipsi, those abilities have been bought. So it was really hard for Viper to hold the side alone. And that's how Team Mugi got such an easy lead, an early lead going into B side. This round, well, it's just about Team Antilipsi maybe getting some kills on the board, maybe getting those guns of the attackers, and they'll manage to get 2 kills. So it's not the end of the world, but for whatever reason, Coach Shinsi is not going to chase. I like it. He's playing it safe. He's playing it cool. No need to push the guy with the sheriff.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose your gun. That's how you should have played it. And you can clearly see this guy is coaching somebody, because he made the best decision possible there of not pushing and actually waiting for his teammate. So he didn't risk it, and Team Yugi saving 3 guns going into that bonus round.
Never underestimate the power of patience. And I think that Coach Shinshi, that is, really proved the point. For now, Team Mugi, solid on their start. They've made a good impact. They found a 2-0. Now, however, they enter the bonus round territory. How will they be able to do this? How will they be able to pull this off? As currently, there are some initial engagements. I will be really surprised if Team Mugi can string this one on. As currently, they are facing Vandals and the likes. Still, though, Wombo has found a Vandal of his own. And you see Nyaru taking a look. There it is.
They're actually using the wall from Sage that was placed on A side to their own advantage. It's Farinator who has to play quickly now, and he'll be able to get Nyaru finally, but it's still 2v2, and they're too late to approach it. It's just Tenta, who I believe is Antilipsi, just with the another nickname, and of course he has a Phantom yesterday. He kind of was picking up those stingers, those specters right now, playing with a real gun, but not being able to pull it off. It's the 3rd round for Team Mugi, and it was such a good idea to pull off the B split, because those guys who were approaching the ankle, they didn't show for the very first 10 or 15 seconds, which I believe made Bizzle quite eager to check if there's any mid presence. And when he did, there were 2 people already waiting for him with the crosshairs prepared for him. So basically, he was the first casualty, and he couldn't answer anyhow. So Team Mugi showing us that even for the bonus round, they have a good idea of how to play it.
I'm too far.
I want to give them that credit as well, right? It's so important if you can put down a good bonus round. For now, though, maybe a new chance on the board. Foreignator finds the first mark, but then Narsil, Mugi, and Shinsi so heavy on that return. Undeniably strong. Mugi taking out Bizzle in the meantime leaves just chaos. And that's Team Antilipsi in anything but a good spot. 4-0 for Team Mugi. They are making that dominant start, and they are holding on to it for now. Not giving an inch away to their opponents. And I've got to admit, right, this is the kind of performance I think we could have expected from Team Mugi. I only hope that Team Antilipsi will be quick enough to find, well, that return, right? To find that opening, and to make sure that they work away the advantage Team Mugi has at the moment.
Yeah, what isn't working now for them is, of course, Bizzle, who was the focal point of yesterday's games. He was dropping 40k. at least in one of the maps. So basically, Team Antilipsi really needs a superstar player to wake up because he's not doing well.
Spike down A.
Sadly not. Foreignator luckily does come into action as well, also a good player in that sense, but then Narsil comes through. Chaot, however, on the return, but Shinshi finishing the battle, even committing to the spike land right at the end. 5 over Team Mugi, and again, it did get close. You saw Team Antilipsi making or creating a chance, but eventually that refrag angle was set up, and it was a done deal. It's Team Mugi 5-0, and Team Antilipsi still struggling, still left behind. This time also struggling economically. And that's going to be really, really tough on them.
But look what's the difference in here. First of all, Tenta shouldn't have been in the position he was because it's a place where you usually play as a chamber, maybe as a jet. You need an escape mechanism there because if you miss your first shot, or even if you manage to get the first kill, you're such an easy prey to get a refrag from the enemy team. So you really need this kind of escape attempt there. And when you're playing Sage, you don't have a dash, you don't have a TP, you don't have anything. So basically he's falling 1 upon 4-0, he doesn't have any impact. But afterwards, what happens? It's Foreignator and Bizzle getting some frags on the board, but it's still Team Mugi that gets out on top because of the fundamentals. They're so quick for the refrags, they're so quick with the answers, and they have just such a good understanding of how to play together. This round was another example of that. Narsil just being a guy who was covering up his teammates, getting into the position, controlling the tube, and not letting anyone in or out of there. It's the 6th round on the board in the row for Team Mugi, and they are not looking to stop. Maybe it will be Foreignator this time around with the pickup of Operator, because they really need some kind of miracle to turn it all around.
Miracles indeed. We're entering that kind of territory, right? 6-0 is just an undeniably strong score, and that mountain to climb is becoming bigger and bigger, and Team Mugi right now are just really rocking at the peak of it, and they're only just making it even larger and larger. Team Antilipsi in that sense constantly struggling. Wombo this time going through with a good entry, Chaot going down, and Mugi immediately able to get away with a plant. Bizzle maybe has potential there for a flank, but you've got to keep in mind Narsil was holding that angle, now has given it away, however. Maybe Foreignator then to come through, finds the chamber, but does not hit the shot. And here's Narsil holding an angle after all, not winning the fight, but Wombo being there on the refrag. That's what matters, that's the important part. Now Shinshi coming in, but he has given away his position. They'll know that there's still somebody near mid. Now it's down to Mugi.
They didn't notice his position, I believe. He should get a good flank, but there is the ult from Sky, so his position will be revealed. However, Wombo still holding on, the first kill for him. And there's just not enough time. Even if they've managed to kill all of the remaining players on the side of Team Mugi, the time ran out and Georgie will not be able to do anything. He's just going to save the AWP, which is the, well, last saving grace of this round really for them, because yet another one falling in the favor of Team Mugi. So just having the AWP to make the difference this time around. Foreignator wasn't able to do that the last round, so he'll have yet another chance to prove himself, but so far it's not looking great. This is Breeze, it's map pick from Team Antilipsi, so we really want them to have more impact, to get some rounds on the board and make it tough for Team Mugi.
Absolutely, Team Mugi in that sense can really use the chance, and I want to give the credit, right? Team Antilipsi, the way that you see them going, they get close. It does come down to about 2 kills, but every time Team Mugi take the advantage, they take the upper hand. Joji in the meantime returning fire. Mugi and Narsil, however, right on target. Joji and Bizzle both going down, and again 2v4 right now. It is anything but ideal. Spike going down in the meantime. And a 2v4 remaining, as I said before. Foreignator maybe out of middle. Can he put the impact down? Will succeed. Shinji going down, but the refrag angle, as it is there, time and time again, it is found. Mugi taking out Chaot, and Team Mugi in total rocking the boat. 8-0 so far.
Okay, being completely honest, I didn't expect Team Mugi to perform so well. I actually kind of predicted this 2-0, 2-1 because I just didn't believe that Team Antilipsi is going to pull it off. They didn't manage to win a single map yesterday, of course, 2 draws and 2 losses, but Team Mugi so far is just proving that they're playing so well. I'm quite excited to see them going up against either Team Stacy or Team Fanyu if, of course, they manage to win this map, but it's hard to predict anything else. It's 8-0, and they don't struggle to get any more rounds on the board. So, well, it looks like a win for them. However, for Inator getting a kill, and it might be a chance to finally get one of those rounds on the board for Team Antilipsi.
Currently, it will be that first chance to appear. Foreignator coming through. Shinshi, though, popping right on off, but luckily KO has it down. A little bit scary there still, you know. I felt a bit iffy. If Shinshi had really popped off there was 4K potential, maybe. But luckily, refrag angles were held. KO now committing to that defuse. And finally, Team Antilipsi find their first round. But is this not too little too late?
The very moment that we start talking about Team Mugi maybe going up to the grand final, you know, maybe facing up against one of those teams that are still remaining in the second semi-final, well, they lose a round. It's not a disaster, it's not the end of the world, but still, it's something that has not happened for the past 8 rounds, and finally, some kind of answer from Team Antilipsi. Bad news, they need at least 3 more to even kind of, you know, think about this half as half decent. If they don't manage to win any more rounds, this map might be just out of their reach. So starting off with a 1, that's a good move, that's a good start, but they need to add some more. Oh, not happening,
And
though.
speaking of adding
Not
more,
happening.
No, not in this round anymore. It's going to be a lost cause. It's the 2v4 again on the board, and that is the critical position that they find themselves in. Wombo committing further, not getting the 4K. Antilipsi actually coming back, proving somewhat of a return, and getting the rest. That's important. Foreignator's in a good spot, but the Hunter's Fury, it's dead on the mark. Foreignator to fall, and only Antilipsi left once more. A wasted res, I've got no other words for it, and Mugi finding the target.
Well, Coach Shinshi with big brain plays. I wasn't expecting that, so how could Antilipsi expect that? Well, you want to use the res in this kind of situation. You don't expect enemy solver to be ready with the res to answer immediately, because if he's like 1 second late for that, he will just miss the mark and won't have any impact with his ultimate. So that was such a good play for Coach Cincy. And even though he's the last in the scoreboard, it doesn't mean much because he's just putting so much effort into the win of his team in terms of, you know, just doing the right things, just making the right decisions. And this one really showcased that he might be the brain of the team, and he might be leading them to victory with his tactics and all of other stuff that coaches bring to the table.
I do always appreciate the fact that, you know, you've got these teams coming in at times and they can think of the craziest tactics. I always like those kind of surprise elements, but currently there's just no surprise element being found by Team Antilipsi in the slightest. I mean, you see Team Mugi and they've got every angle held every time the players are getting caught out. And honestly, I mean, what can you almost do, right? I feel somewhat bad even for Team Antilipsi and the way that they're getting caught out so heavily. Still, I hope that maybe Team Antilipsi will be able to find some kind of saving grace on the attacking side, but we've got to stay realistic here. It's the last round before the swap, and there is nothing pointing the ways of Team Antilipsi suddenly turning this one around.
Let's play.
A miracle. A real miracle needed right now for Team Antilipsi. Wombo starting it off with a kill. Nyaru also pushing, and when Chaot just misses his whole clip like this, you know something's wrong. You know that the spirit of the team might be gone, at least for the very first map. It is just an obliteration from Team Mugi side. They are really playing well and just putting all the effort into maximizing their chances and the speed with which they are going into the grand finals. It's the map pick from Team Antilipsi. And of course, we don't know what's going to happen in Fracture, but this map may lead us to believe that that the second map pick, the Fracture, might be even stronger for Team Mugi than Breeze is right now.
Let's hope and let's see. 11-1. That's your halftime score, all right? And that's a dire situation indeed. A harsh reality. Team Antilipsi, in that sense, are just looking at a massive task. We've got no other words for it. But let's see if maybe they can pull it off. It's the attacker side for them. It's a new chance. It's a different game. But it's still a very challenging game. You see them kick things off on the site. We see Narsil going for the initial entries, taking out a Tasmanian Tiger. They're now falling back, but Bizzle coming close. The shorty finding the damage, and Antilipsi getting that spike down. This is the start we need to see.
You have to mix the things up, you know? You have to surprise the enemy, and who would expect Jet pushing you with shorty? On maps such as Breeze, you usually don't see any shotguns being played here, so... You know, if you don't know what you are doing, the enemy won't know what you are doing for sure as well. That's something that I remember from League of Legends. One of the players saying that. And well, Tenta playing his best here. Nyaru falling victim to Bizzle yet again. This shorty is doing the work, but it's 1v1. Is Wombo going to pull it off? He'll probably have to stick it halfway, and he's ready, but he's missing all of his shots. Oh no, no time, no time for him.
Oh, so close, and yet so far. Wombo dies to the spike at the end, and it is Team Antilipsi. Credit where it's due. They get the second pistol round, and maybe this is the start of something great. You can see it on the scoreboard. A massive streak that Team Mugi has put down. Only one interruption on the first half. But Team Antilipsi, they kick things off. They get the pistol round on the second. So let's hope that things will be different now.
Good for them. Finally some kind of break from the win streak. But Team Mugi have been on. Orinator bringing the Vandal into the play, but it's Coach Shinshi that gets a gun back. Oh, Mugi struggling with Bizzle. Kind of bamboozled him with this aggressive play on A side. But Nyaru, they seem like they have an idea what to do, but it's Georgie with Vandal. And you can see that Team Antilipsi put a lot of money into this round in terms of the weaponry. So what they want to do is to get the best guns possible now, probably not buying any other abilities because you somehow have to afford those guns, and get them into the third round. Because if you play bonus, you kind of expect to lose. Like, not many bonuses end up with a win. You aim to put the spike down, maybe get a couple of kills, maybe retrieve some weapons, but, well, of course, your main goal being the round win, but it's usually hard to pull off. And in order to kind of avoid playing a bonus round, they've put a lot of money in those guns during the second round, so right now they should have a better chance of winning the round, which normally would be a bonus, but won't be a bonus now because they have good guns.
Indeed, let's see how they'll play this one out. At least there's a bit of momentum going for that Antilipsi side. Shinchi and Wombo, however, coming through with the first fight. Narsil denying heavily, and only Bizzle being left. Narsil on a roll, getting the triple, and boom, there you have it already. Team Mugi, they find their first round on the second half, and that was just one of the two that they needed at this point. Once they've gotten this, boom, it's already in the pocket. It's Team Mugi that can say quite confidently, so yeah, we've already gotten our first map, and it was our opponent's map pick. I mean, that's very, very telling performance-wise.
Yeah, that was a nasty hold from Narsil. Pulling it off, basically single-handedly there. 3 kills for him, and it's a last chance for Team Antilipsi. They can afford guns, that's good news. So they will be playing, you know, in the third playing field, but the Looks like they're struggling still a bit. There's a lot of action going towards A main. You can see Team Mugi being interested in fighting and getting control over it. In all of them,
Narsil.
however.
That's so strong.
Spike
Catches
down
out the
A.
player with the spike, no less. This is anything but doable for Team Anti-Lipsy. They've got that spike locked down. Narsil still showing the aggressiveness, moving so heavily ahead. You can't do this. But Narsil tries to pull it off anyway and will get punished deservedly. So Foreignator coming through, and now Mugi having taken that position on the spike. They're going to have to go for a pincer move, and that is what they're setting themselves up for. Problem is that you don't have an easy point of access to that tube. And
look at the HP of both players. They are
yeah,
standing
it
on their
is.
last legs, 5 and 8 HP. Basically, to Mugi, one bullet will kill each of them, so he has to be
30 seconds left.
clean here with his shots.
Last
Oh,
player
but there's the
standing.
heal. It doesn't matter that much. Mugi finds the target, and now just wait. Play the time, right? 20 seconds? I mean, this is starting to escape the area of still being doable. Mugi throwing some abilities at it, but with 10 seconds, he's
is
got
it.
to commit to the A side, but this just won't work out. 5 seconds, but Mugi's going to hold the angle, and about 3, 2, 1. Now there's commitment from Joji.
Oh, no.
But there you have it. He realizes this isn't doable anymore, and he gives it away. 13-3, that's the result, and that is Team Mugi making the mark for their first map of today. And that's incredibly dominant. That is just a showing and a half, and that is Team Mugi saying, yep, we're here, and we're here to win it. We want to get that grand final spot for starters.
And the last round really showing us in what fashion the game was played. 13-3, such a commanding victory from Team Mugi. You've got to admit that Narsil was playing out of his mind. Such a good player, especially in those situations where he could get a flank, where he could hold an angle on the attack side, and then being such a tough opponent to push on the side. There were just a couple of times where he missed, but besides that, he pretty much played a perfect game. And on the side of Team Anti-Lipsy, they really need Bizzle to step it up, because so far he's not been doing great, and yesterday he was the guy who led them to all of those, well, maybe not amazing results, but results that let them get here. So if Bizzle is not on the board, if he's not online, then basically it's really hard for them to have any other contestation.
Absolutely. I really see the need for those star players on the Team Anti-Lipsy side. And if you don't have your star players, then where are you going to get in the first place, right? That is the main question to ask. We can only hope right now that on the next map, that on Fracture, there will be some sort of crazy upset, right? It is Team Mugi's map pick. We can't deny that fact, but we can only hope that for Team Anti-Lipsy, they'll somehow know how to play around it. Before we can go to that point, though, we will first move to an intermission where we can get things ready for that second map of today, and where we can actually figure out afterwards who will be winning it, if it will be that 2-0 or 1-1 after all. Find out after the intermission, and be sure to check out !Surfshark whilst you're waiting. See you in a moment.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League, where already in the blink of an eye a first map has passed. Insane how quickly that went, and honestly quite understandable when you saw the performance coming through from the likes of Team Mugi. They really dominated. 13-3 was that score, and McVire, I mean, that match, that map, it passed as if it was just a blitz. How are you feeling about that one, and how are you feeling about Fracture that we're looking ahead to?
Well, like I told you before, I was expecting Team Mugi to actually take it on the first map pick. Breeze, they showed us against Team Stacy that they are comfortable on this map, but I did not expect such a commanding victory, especially from the side of Nashil, who was leading his team to the victory. But really, it was an effort of all 5 players who were playing as one cohesive unit. You could see Mugi, you could see Nashil, you could see Coach Shinshi having their own individual plays and individual moments where they had great impact on the map. And really, what happened for the side of Team Antilipsi, we are still missing the star player, putting the numbers in. It's really Bizzle who is struggling to get into the form right now. And, well, unluckily, it's just a one best of 3, so they have to step it up right now, and it will be a tough thing to do because they're going into unknown territory, which is Fracture. What can you expect there? This is the map you never expect to pick. This is the map you just want to avoid at all costs, and they will have to pull off, pull off this comeback on the map of the enemy pick, and then go to split to even think about winning whole best of 3. It's just such a hard thing to do that it might be too much, but you never know. The history can be made by them here and now.
I really, really wonder. I have to be honest here, right? I'm not going to lie about it. I am somewhat doubting. I've seen Team Mugi, and you can't get around a 13-3. That is just such a strong performance, and that is so much for these teams to get ahead of. Let's hope for them that maybe they can do it, that maybe they'll have the right equipment for it, and also, of course, the right agents. Let's take a look at who will select what. We've got Team Mugi already having locked into. And oh, are we going to see a Neon today? I like the looks of that.
I love it. I love it. Neon is such a strong character on this map. We've seen some of the teams that actually played on Fracture in terms of international level of play bring in the Neon into team compositions. She's so quick to get in those sides, and her wall is just such a strong ability given to duelists. So she basically can, make a diversion, get into side, actually get cover, give cover to her teammates. And you could argue that maybe Raze is a better pickup, but it's just a really a preference for a player. If he wants to play Neon, he should pick her. If you are using Raze, she can also be a good pickup. But you can see that from the side of Team Mugi, their team composition is much better prepared for the likes of a map such as Fracture.
Yeah, I do have to say I like the fact that it's so spread out, really. You saw all sorts of different picks come through, and I can definitely appreciate the fact that everyone's kind of going to take their own approach at this, right? Team Antilipsi also may be thinking, look, we have to do something unexpected here to try and actually overtake, to try and overrule Team Mugi and the strong performance that they may be looking ahead to. Also, obviously, on that Neon pick, right, you did at least get a few buffs / also nurse damage being taken away from the fast lane, but definitely more energy being received for that for those enemy kills. So I think Neon overall did get a buff, but still, it's a tough one. There's still a lot that Neon has to prove, and I do wonder how well she is going to be put to the test. Let's take a look anyhow. It's time for the map to start. We are diving into this playing field. Team Mugi versus Team Antilipsi, where Team Mugi is clearly favored, already having won one map and having done so with a 13-3.
I'm glad you've mentioned the changes towards Neon, because fast lane, you would think that this is a direct nerf because she's not doing the damage to the enemies, but she's also not doing damage to her teammates, which was a big issue. So some players are actually saying that she received a buff in terms of a fast lane. And when we are talking about fast, this attack is quite a quick one, but it looks like, yet again, it's Team Mugi who get out on top. They have an advantage 2-1. Of course, Coach Shinshi getting on side. Can they plant the spike? Because one of the players is looking over the dish, but he won't find anyone there. It's Forinator who's coming with the flank from A main.
Oh, that could be powerful. Looking around still, it looks as if Team Mugi are somewhat wary. Forinator now making noise, and that draws out Wombo, peeks him and kills him. And that is the pistol round going the ways of Team Mugi. Should I say that I'm really surprised? Maybe a little bit, because at the end of the day, we can't deny the fact that Team Antilipsi in that case actually brought it quite close, right? There was potential there, and who knows if things had gone a little bit differently, that would have actually been a situation in which we would have seen Team Antilipsi grab the upper hand. It started with that 4v4, and it did get drawn closer, but eventually Team Mugi took the upper hand.
Let's see how they can approach the second round, and really, let's focus on how they play in the offensive side, because it's quite important. Fracture being the map where you really want to get those rounds on the board, especially during the attack side, because it's such an open map with so many angles from where you can approach. And they're doing a real good job of taking advantage of all of those openings there. Nalshil with another sheriff shot, and it's just up to Joji and his friend there to pull it back. But with classics, it might be a hard task to do.
Most certainly. I mean,
Yeah.
Nyaru proves the point. Spectre power, alright, that's a beautiful triple. And that's also Nyaru making use of that speed that an agent like Neon brings to the table.
Yeah, you can really see him popping off and using agent's abilities to its limits. Because if you pick Jet, not Jet, if you pick Neon, you really want to, you know, make the best out of her. So you need an experienced player who knows his way around and who can push his limits. That's all. Neon is all about that. You have to be unpredictable. You have to be quick. You have to be surprising for the enemies. And Nyaru is doing just that. Look at it. He's making so much space. Forinator has to give up his position right now, but it's quick to answer. Falling, however, the likes of Nashil, who gets 2 kills right now.
And that is again Nashil showing that power that he brings to a team. Now Chaos looking around, not really succeeding. Bizzle, however, finding a kill in the meantime. But Mugi seemingly on a roll as well. Only Bizzle left at a 1v3.
Yeah.
That's just not doable. And that gets
Not
proven.
much left to
Shinji
do.
comes... Yeah, Shinji comes through with that kill. Bizzle going down and a 3-0 on the board. Team Mugi with their dominant performance so far and putting the same thing down again for the second map.
Yeah, it's the same start. It's like a deja vu. I have seen it somewhere already. Team Mugi, just with such strong performance, they don't care if they have like worse guns. They're just pushing, and yet again Nyaru here making so much space for his team to approach the B side. After he put up the fast lane. That's something that I also wanted to mention. Team Mugi has composition which can create so much space and so much pressure thanks to their abilities. You have so many smokes, you have so many walls. You can just flood the enemies with the amount of the abilities that you have, and they have no idea how to deal with it. So I'm really looking forward for Team Mugi to showcase this some more during the round, because this one it's just an echo from Team Antilipsi. I don't expect them to do much. They got 1 kill already, but the control over A side is right now in the hands of Team Mugi.
Spike also being put down, seals that deal a little bit further, puts it so that Team Antilipsi stand in a 3v4, and Team Mugi right now have that man advantage. They're also able to wait out their opponent, and that's exactly what they'll do, as Team Antilipsi try to set themselves up a very split-up approach, one player on every separate angle, but the players also getting called out. You can see the utility, the abilities being used. Wombo and Tenta for a trade, but eventually Wombo and Nar still finishing the job. 4-0 on the board. Team Mugi again with that dominant start. Again in that position where they are just standing strong and rocking a massive advantage already.
That was such a good after-plan setup where both players cover each other. I believe they established a crossfire situation there. So I'm still looking forward to Nyaru making use of his relay bolt, because so far I have just seen him pushing the side without the use of his abilities. At least this ability, of course, he's making use of fast lane. And right now, we have kind of a Western standoff where Wombo gets out on top. It was Foreignator who had to check the angle and he fell victim. However, on the other side of the map, it's Bizzle who strikes back, so it's 4v4.
You will not kill my allies.
And that 4v4 will now turn back into a 5v4 as a res comes through right when it's needed. That will create a scenario in which Narsil now grabs the next frag, and a push from Team Mugi starts over once more. Antilipsi vision denied, but at least they're still holding on to the site for now. B, though, is the weak spot, and surprise, surprise, where are the lads of Team Mugi setting themselves up for? You've got Wombo, who's pushing close, can distract, can pull attention, but the moment that he gets fragged out, there should be a call, there should be a marker. Wait a minute, there's just one player here. And they should realize that it's going to be B instead, and now that comes through. The fast lane from Neon right there, denying vision, and Mugi going away with that plant. 4v3 remains, and a retake has to be done by Team Antilipsi.
And the Sage Wall to top it off. That's what I'm talking about. So many abilities, and you either have to risk it and get in front of them, or just wait for the others. That was such a bad decision from Tencent. Such a bad timing to try and pick up one of the players. He really couldn't afford to do that because the enemies are in perfect positions to punish you instantly. And it's Team Mugi with the 5th round on the board. So far, they're not showing us any weaknesses, and they are looking like they're going straight into the finals.
I mean, at this rate, they're going to secure that spot in no time, right? At least that's definitely what it looks like. 5-0, just such a strong score on the board, and they pull that off as if it's no trouble. I think right now, we have a 5-0 on the board, and again, a pretty dire economy for Team Antilipsi. Shouldn't be too big of a surprise if Team Mugi can continue here. Also get the Neon ult coming through. Nyaru struggling somewhat to find the frag, but will put up the further abilities. Bizzle also struggling somewhat. The combination, the breach ult also being right there, and Team Mugi claiming his site, just basically showing up and saying, yeah, this is ours.
Yeah, it's such a good decision from Team Mugi because they are keeping ultimates for the full rounds where the enemy has a bigger chance of winning. So basically, they just stack up those abilities, they win those full rounds, then they go to eco where they stack the abilities again, and it just goes on and on and on again. It's Bizzle with his Blade Storm making it work, but it's fast answer from Mugi and Shinchi to shut him down quite quickly. Time is ticking down, and Team Antilipsi, they really have to get quicker there.
And those advantages, that economic superiority even, so important. And in the end, you will see Team Mugi in a very tough engagement, ending out on top. 2 people left alive, sure, that's somewhat problematic, but the fact that they still end out on top is what should be focused on. And you see Team Mugi also having the reserves to dive into, in this case, where they might have lost out a couple of players. For Team Antilipsi, the same cannot be said. Light armor on some players, at least Vandals for the majority of them, means that right now, there's a good chance for Team Antilipsi, right? They've got the fighting force, the fighting spirit. But Team Mugi right now are in a better position still. Wombo making the entry, taking out Chaot, and Foreignator looking around, at least finding Mugi right on the target, and Foreignator on a bit of a roll there, gets himself a very lovely double, and gets a man advantage for Team Antilipsi on the board. Maybe that'll create a chance. But right now, Nyaru will then return again, put down that resistance, but Foreignator, the man's on a roll, and you can't stop him. Wombo though comes through, and the Brimstone Ultimate also comes into play. The Orbital Strike will not kill anybody. It's down to a 1v2. Wombo in a tough spot, but the spike not being defused yet. And now the time ticking. However, Bizzle will win the battle. Wombo going down and the defuse coming through. The first round on the board for Team Antilipsi.
For Team Mugi, something went south the moment that they didn't approach the site at the very same time. You could see Nyaru pushing it there alone, and also Mugi getting on site, planting his wall down. But where was the rest of the team? Why they did not follow them? They should have gotten on site. They should have secured the spike plant. And played it in the afterplant position afterwards. It was Foreignator who started off with 2 great kills, and he was still in the unknown position for the remainder of the round. So finally, something happening for Team Antilipsi. But yet another round is going south because of Wombo making use of his sniper rifle. Maybe he'll be pushed and punished by Chaos this time around. Not really. He just swings back. He got away with it. What a sneaky man.
Absolutely, what a talented player. And now a clear situation being on the board. Antilipsi lurking in this ult for now. Wombo being, I think, noticeably afraid. And I say Antilipsi, it's obviously Joji that I was talking about. And now Narsil committing to the plant in the meantime. Foreignator moving to support and taking out Wombo. 2v2 remains, but it is an after-plant situation. This is favourable for Team Mugi. As currently Narsil is looking around, trying to find, and being on the mark. I don't think he realised, but it was a pretty calculated shot at the same time. Moving right for that corner and making sure that he just checked those easily pre-fireable spots.
A crazy good read from Narsil, and he is really putting in the work. He's the guy who's leading his team to the victory, and you have to highlight him and give him as much spotlight as possible. Because during the group stage, I think it was Narsil as well as Nyaru putting in the numbers for his team. But so far today, Narsil is the biggest and the toughest opponent for the Team Antilipsi. Of course, like he mentioned before, it really is a team effort from the side of Team Mugi. It would be unfair to just highlight one of the players because the rest of them are doing really good job as well. But Narsil is just, you know, built different somehow.
Built diff. And Team Mugi altogether in that sense, having a lot of player in him and being very happy with him. Mugi, though, getting a little bit sloppy, just not checking that corner. And that gives a great chance, a good moment for Team Antilipsi to get back on target. 2-7. Team Antilipsi, they show some signs of resistance, but I still want to see much more from them at this point.
It doesn't look as bad as it looked like on the breeze. Still not looking perfect. 2 rounds. Still 11 rounds short of winning and making it to the 3rd map. So they're showing some signs of life, right? They are showing that they're still in the contention, but they really need to put the next gear on and wrap it up quicker, because 2 rounds will not be enough.
No, absolutely not. 2 rounds is merely a small dent in the comparison of the, I think, massive strike that Team Mugi has put down. Right now, it's a 1-man advantage that Team Mugi's rocking, and it will stay a 1-man advantage. Foreignator able to return, but now as Chaos finds the next frag, there's potential here. Bizzle, though, getting somewhat caught out, and Narsil finding the target. Chaos also not winning the battle, and 50 seconds on the clock, which means ample time for Team Mugi to get that plan down, and ample time for Joji to try and think of some way to retake this.
Unfortunately, Bizzle just got lost inside of the fast lane. He had a chance to get a nice flank off, but I believe it was Joji who was prepared for that to counter instantly. 8th round for the Mugi. They still have access to 2 ultimate abilities. Let's see what they make of this round. and how they can approach it. Last one was just a 5-man push towards B Arcade. You don't see that too often, but it just worked. And in all of that, Antilipsi had an actual good setup to defend there, because there were 3 people standing on B side. Antilipsi himself and Foreignator inside of the B tower. They should have been ready to repel the attack. But unfortunately, then they just lost out in all of those firefights. And Team Mugi, this time around, approaching it with a slower pace. They're not so quick. They want the enemy to be confused, to be unsure where the attack is going to be.
Currently, I wonder if it will be that attack, that ultimate coming into play. Eventually, though, Shinshi will get the kill regardless, ultimate or not. For now, Team Mugi find themselves with the 1-man advantage again. And you might say it is just a 1-man advantage, but time and time again, that has worked for them. Then they win out another 1v1 battle, and boom. Even if there was a refrag angle setup, even if they wouldn't win the 1v1, you'd still end up maintaining that balance. You still see Team Mugi moving for that better position. For now, though, Bizzle, he can do those kind of things. Bizzle is a talented player, and he's just got to show more of it. Like, the looks of it, I wanted to say maybe he was going to do it now, but it doesn't happen. Mugi also coming through with a res on Wombo. And, well, if that doesn't lead to a Wombo combo, I don't know what will. 9-2, and we enter the last round of the first half, where Team Mugi are definitely setting themselves up to maybe even get the 10-2 halftime score.
Bizzle just reminding us of his yesterday's performance. 13 kills on the board for him, and he's putting all the effort in alongside Foreignator to pull the weight of his team together, but it's just so hard. Some 6 shots landed during the last round. He was dry picking the op and somehow managed to get him. Nyaru, however, zapping his enemies. Electric hands tasing the opponents, and he just wants to push CT right now. He's so quick, he's so eager to get those kills and this round on the board so quickly. Well, Chaos says he didn't stand the chance there, and it's a 10th round for Team Mugi. They should be happy with the result of the first half, because they just need 3 extra rounds to wrap it up, to finish it off. And after winning the pistol round, they might be already in the finals. So it's all or nothing for Team Antilipsi. If they lose the first round here, they're going home. Unless, of course, you vote for them in the HyperX wildcard. If you want to see this team on the LAN in Wrocław, this will be the last chance to get there. Unless they turn it all around and turn it and get back into the game. They have to start now with a pistol round win.
That's always a good way to start it off, and indeed, somebody might wildcard in the chat for that one in case you're wondering how to click or find that link to get your favourite streamer back into the game. For now, Mugi moves on up ahead, looks around and waits for a moment to shine. Puts the pressure on, though. 480. He saw him being a little bit caught out there, if you ask me. And the triple shot coming in from Mugi. Further pressure put down. And Mugi just absolutely on a roll in that sense. Already a double kill found to kick off the pistol round. I mean, doesn't that say enough already? That's probably an 11-2 that we're looking at.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Antilipsi not putting a great fight in the pistol round. It just looks like the beginning of the end here. Maybe the spike plant will give them some kind of leverage.
One enemy remaining.
And so it will be Mugi. 4K found already. Will this be the ace potential? I'm feeling it all right. And look at this. Shinshi putting the pressure on, but no way.
Oh my god.
He got a little bit too greedy there. That is a right shame. And that is a round given to Team Antilipsi. But I can't deny the fact that feels more... Yeah, that feels more like an oopsie than anything else.
They really wanted to give Mugi an ace. They wanted it so bad that they actually started to, chase him with a knife, so Mugi could get the kill. And they threw around. Is it going to change much? That's a good question. I don't think that, but maybe.
Launching smoke.
Thanks to this kind of a round, Mantalipsi will make a turnaround in this round, in this map, and maybe we'll bring it back. Let's see.
Spike planted.
Let's take a look. As currently Team Antilipsi have gotten a spike plant down, they've got on a massive advantage, and they've got Bizzle absolutely on a roll. Nar still to go down, and one with the only one who's able to return for now. Nyaru coming through with the Sheriff, but this is still a 2v3 situation. In theory, this shouldn't be one, though you do notice that these two teams are having fun with one another, aren't they?
Yeah.
At the end, though,
They're just
Nyaru
making the
can't...
best out of it.
Yeah, at the end, though, Nyaru can't win it out with the Sheriff, and it will be Team Mugi in that sense, losing out another round, and Team Antilipsi getting the 4th on the board. There's a little bit of potential here, there's chances. Although right now you do see Team Mugi grabbing weapons again, and that is a scary factor. That is something that will really, really make Team Antilipsi struggle, I think.
Yeah, a full buy is really just a scary prospect because right now Antilipsi, they have 2 guns, they have 1 Guardian, Sheriff, and the Spectre on top of that. So it's not the perfect kind of equipment. And you can see Nyaru just pushing in with such a confidence, getting 2 kills. And it will be Nashil who should even it up. No, it's Mugi who comes in for help, and they got control over Spike as a treat. Coordinator will not get a jump, will not surprise anybody with the zipline move, and it's just Bizzle and his Vandal. 1v4, clutch situation, can he make it?
Doesn't quite look like Bizzle will be able to pull anything off anymore at the end there, and that will be the 11th round for Team Mugi coming back on track. Now Team Antilipsi, that can at least get themselves a full buy coming into play, normally speaking. But still, with that full buy, I don't know how much they'll be able to pull off. And maybe my full buy call is a bit precarious when you consider the fact that you have Chaos and Foreignator rocking some pistols. And I don't see an ultimate ready for Foreignator, nor do I see a chance for him to get enough points in this matchup to pull that off. It's a bit of a fallback that Wombo is doing right now. Waiting out, but there's the ultimate, and that's going to make his life real difficult. As currently Wombo takes that frag. Foreignator to return. A trade fest that comes out, 2v2. But in the end, you will see Team Mugi coming ahead. Nyaru also putting a lot of pressure down, and oh, look at this ability usage. That's beautiful. To defuse to come through, and that's Team Mugi to put themselves not just on map point, but on match point.
There.
Match point.
And it seems like right now I can't hear my dearest Magvire anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was...
There we go. I was getting really lonely here, Magvire. Was I, I was getting scared.
No problem. No worries.
It happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us.
I just forgot to unmute myself because you have this amazing feature of just tapping the microphone to mute it and unmute it. And, well, it slipped my mind. But yeah, I'm back. I was talking about Nyaru showing us the real strength of Neon yet again. He's such a great user of the abilities and of the agent. You can see that he's quite confident with his ultimate too. Getting 2 kills more. It's just Foreignator left all alone there.
I like the
is
fact...
he going to finish him off with it? No.
No, but he will move in now to go for the battle. However, he doesn't win it. It's a 12-4. It's a 1v1 at the end. There's a chance for Foreignator to commit to a plan here. He's got the room, but he's just got to be wary, and he doesn't have the HP. That is an important factor. Ultimate is there in the meantime. That is something, but that's something that the both of them have. And if this is played out well, and if the timing's right for Shinshi, he would be able to actually pull his ultimate at the right moment and maybe take out Foreignator with it. For now, though, he seems to be making the wrong call. He's moving to the A site, and Foreignator's going to that B site. It's a missed connection. Very sad, but that's life as well sometimes. As Foreignator commits to the spike plant, it gets put down, and now Shinshi will read the room and realize, oh dear, I've got to move. So that's what he will do. Moving further towards B. An engagement set up and waiting.
I think Foreignator stands the best chance of winning this clutch if he pulls out his tour de force. But he will not do that. He will just get the jump on Coach Shinshi, and that's why I was talking about actually making use of the ultimate, because you just need to connect one of those shots, and if you miss it, if you miss your mark, just like Foreignator did, well, unfortunately for him, you will lose out on this clutch situation. Of course, it was 13-4, so we're just talking about details, just talking about things that may not matter in the long run, because surely Team Mugi was better today. Both two commanding victories from them, 13-3 on Breeze, 13-4 on the Fracture, showing us why they chose this map. Maybe they were saving those strategies to the very end for the playoffs, and who knows what's going to happen in the grand final, because it is official. Team Mugi getting to grand final and just one best of 3 win away from qualifying to Wrocław and going to Poland for a LAN tournament.
Very exciting prospects, and Team Mugi, I think, that will understandably be feeling really, really antsy about this one. Happy to dive into that grand final. But before they can get to that point, they now get a bit of respite. They have a moment to rest out, a moment to analyze the next matchup, and to take a look at their opponent, their potential opponent at the very least. Because don't forget, we still have 2 beautiful best of 3s left. Before that grand final, we go to the second semi-final, where we'll be looking at FunU versus Stacy. So definitely stick around for that as well. To grab back for now, as we see the highlights cross on by, I think that there's just one dominant trend here that came through. Team Mugi heavily outclassing the likes of Team Antilipsy. If you ask me, it's down to the fact that Team Mugi is filled with immortals. That's what you saw here today.
And it's important to highlight, it's Team Mugi. It's not Team Foreignator and Team Nashil and friends. It's not Team Coach Shinshi and friends. It's Team Mugi. It's all of those guys making a collective effort to put it on the board for them. So all of them were on one side, like all of them played their hearts out, and you could see that they worked together, that they figured out some of those compositions, some of those maps, and really it was a team effort. So I'm quite excited to see them go against likes of Team Stacy or maybe Team FunU. I'm really keeping my fingers crossed for Team FunU, because I really want to see the matchup, Team Mugi against Team FunU. It's the game, it's a series we did not have a chance to see yet, so I'll be really excited to see both those teams battle it out. But first, of course, we have to see Team FunU beating Team Stacy, or Team Stacy pulling it back and actually making it into the grand final if they manage to pull their victory over Team FunU.
Yeah, exactly that. And also a bit of a shout out there to Mugi. Thank you so much for raiding us as well, right? It's a pleasure to have you here, matey. And right now, of course, understandable that you are taking a bit of a breather to prepare yourself and to obviously analyze the tactics that you'll be seeing coming out from Team FunU versus Team Stacy. As said before, that will be our second match for today. But obviously, before we can go to that second match, we also need a bit of a breather. We also need an intermission. Now, stretch your legs. It's some beautiful weather outside today, and I do want to still enjoy a little bit of that. So in the break, I think that I'll be going out to do that. For you guys, of course, do the same, but also do not forget to check out !HyperX and !Surfshark. A big thank you to the both of them for sponsoring this tournament. We'll be back with the second match in just a moment, and then we'll be seeing those two teams taking it up against one each other. Definitely be here for that, and see you after the intermission.
Hey, chat.
promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Can't you keep me in? But the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. But do I want you in your bed for me? A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe.
the beat. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. to the beat. Make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild.
your poison feels so right. But do I want you in your bed for me? A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe.
Welcome back to the Streamers League, ladies and gentlemen. It feels as if we've been away for ages, but now finally the time is at hand. We are back and ready to roll, back to tackle this beautiful show once more, back with an exciting second semi-final ahead. Just to reiterate, of course, next to me is the lovely Magvire, and I will be your other commentator slash host, RJ Casts. Let's take a look again at the bracket, of course, for today. We've already passed through one semi-final where Team Mugi put down a very dominant performance. He made a mark, all right. He made it clear. 2-0, that was his result. We now move to the second semi-final.
That was a clean sweep. Team Mugi really showing us their true colors, sweeping through the game without any kind of trouble. So the real question is, who are they going to be paired against? Team Fun You or maybe Team Stacy? Being completely honest, Team Fun You showed no weaknesses yesterday. They swept 13-0, 13-3, 13-7, 13-6, and the ascent was impeccable. So I guess this is the map that you are looking forward to banning the very first moment you can get your hands on the map veto. At least that's what I would do if I were in the shoes of Team Stacy. And Team Stacy yesterday actually putting a challenge to Team Mugi. Of course, they finished 2-0, but if you take into consideration how easily Team Mugi won today's matches, maybe there is some more, space for Team Stacy to play today and actually to maybe try and upset Team Fanyu, who will be a clear favorite going into the second semifinal.
I think that's the main line that we can continue, right? Team Funyu and their so incredibly dominant performance. That just did so much for them. But let's take a look at the map picks and let's actually see what maps will be coming on up. And Team Funyu going for Icebox in this case, but you were right. We do see an Ascent ban coming through, so I can only assume that was indeed from Team Stacy, making sure that we won't be seeing Team Funyu get that open playing field on Ascent. Icebox as the first, Breeze as a follow-up, a pick by Team Stacy, and then Bind as a decider. How are you feeling about these, McVire?
Well, overall, we have seen how well Team Fanyu can perform on Ascent. Of course, it is the first one from Team Stacy's side, but still, the bind somehow went through. So if the game goes to if the series goes to the third map, I feel like Team Fanyu might have a slight upper hand. But starting off with Icebox, then going on Breeze yet again, the set of maps where you will be testing your limits in terms of the firepower, in terms of those firefights. And of course, I'm looking forward to seeing the sniper rifles getting into the play, because still getting Jet, getting Chamber, getting those ops in play will be so important. And well, Icebox, the very first pick. What do you think about Fanyu picking it as the first map, because they did not have access to, of course, Ascent, which is banned, so it looks like this is the second choice. This is the second choice, yeah, of the map.
I honestly think when we look at Team Funyu, right, and we keep in mind how they played on Ascent, how they actually booked a 13-0 on that map, I believe it was, that just kind of says enough, right? That does mean Team Funyu, if they can play their favorite map pick, then they are going to be ready to destroy. I think this time, them going for Icebox, it's going to have to be a logical second choice that they are going for. And as such, I would still be very worried about Icebox. I assume that there's a reason for them picking it, and I assume that they will be very strong on it regardless. Let's also take a quick look at the agent select and see what agents they'll be throwing at this first map, at Icebox, obviously, to make sure that they can play it as well as they'd like. I expect a Chamber to come through, Fiver as well, maybe even a Sage. What do you think?
Important question, what is Fanny going to pick himself, because he's only showcased his Raze and, well, she was quite good, so I'm wondering if Icebox is going to be a pick where he also wants to showcase his Raze, because there were some players that used to pick Raze on this map. She's not the perfect agent here, but you can definitely make her work. However, it looks like Fanny is going to be leaning towards this Reina pick as he's showcasing it. Well, so far nothing stands out in terms of the picks. You have Jet on one side, and then maybe Reina, maybe Raze. He's still not made up his mind about the agent that he's going to play.
I'm saying Reina. I mean, Ray's lovely agent, but never mind. Okay. He's cast a curse. Boom. Right there. That's the proof, people. Reina then being left out and Ray's actually being picked by Funyu makes for a largely equal agent composition. You know, we see the Sova coming through on either side, the Chamber on either side, and the Sage on either side. The difference lies within the Jet versus the Raze. That is the actually deciding factor. Do you think that will be making much of a difference if you had to choose Jet or Raze for this map for Icebox? Which one would you go for, McVire?
I think if you had taken the name tags of the plate, like if we took into consideration just Raze and just Jet without having to think about the players that are going to play them, I would probably go for Jet. I mean, I would obviously go for Jet. She's much stronger. She's much more universal. You can, of course, pick the operator for her as well, because she will just do basically the job that she's supposed to be doing with the operator. But Raze, of course, she can have an impact because of her satchels too. So I feel like Raze is much harder to pull off. But if the Raze is if her pick is, you know, prepared well and the player has an idea what to do, she can definitely have some impact. And the most important thing, Icebergs being such an open map, it will be hard to find a good usage for the ultimate from Raze, but in those close clutch situations in the after plans, it can also work like kind of a Hunter's Fury, where you just activate your ult and wait for the player to start defusing the spike, and then just bring so much danger into the mix because of the access to the ultimate.
Well, let's go and take a look, as currently Haste might be that first line of defense. Cake, though, coming through, and Stacy. Whilst they will put down a defense, they will not prevent the spike plant. Luckily, though, Raphaelis comes on in. Mobsy with the return. Arcs and Paradox also finding the kills. A 2v2 remains. The spike is happily ticking down, but then Paradox and Arcs, they both kick on off, and they find their targets. They get the necessary kills, and it'll be Team Funyu grabbing that first round at that start and going for the pistol round.
What a slaughter in the backside of A. Like, it felt like the players just opened all chat and said, okay, let's meet A side, backside, let's fight it out, because everyone was there. It was, why did I not get invitation to that party? I'd probably enjoy it as much as Team Fanyu did. Of course, they are snapping the first round on the board, but Raphaelis is quick to answer. Of course, they're just getting those sheriffs. You don't want to force in the second round as a defense. This is the only option reserved probably for the attackers in case they planted the spike during the first round, got some kills, and they're feeling frisky, maybe feeling like they could pull it off. So, after plant situation, man advantage towards Team Stacy. Let's see how they can approach this side.
Well, we'll take a look, and seemingly Mobsy will approach. All right, that's a beautiful double to start things off with. And Team Funyu that have made their mark again. For now, they delay where necessary, wait for the defenders to try and retake, but they're not finding successes. Funyu also finding an impact kill, and Train going for the double at the end. Leaves for the 2-0. And Team Funyu, they stand strong, and they will make sure that they can stay ahead.
It just felt like Team Stacy was so slow to actually form any kind of answer in this retake situation. After the spike was got planted, the attackers had so much space to do whatever they felt like. So we've seen that Mozzie just put the wall down and got on top of it to actually surprise the enemy players. Let's see how it goes, because it looks like Paradox upgraded towards Vandal, and he's actually making it work, getting the first kill on the board.
And again, that's the start for Team Funyu found, but luckily Haste on that retort. 4v4. And maybe that will be the mark that's needed. Maybe that'll be the chance for Team Stacy to finally put down that solid defense, because that is currently what we're lacking, right? Haste continuing, but then Paradox coming on through. It's a trade scenario. Time and time again, it's Haste finding the 4K and maybe, just maybe, setting himself up for the ace. As currently, it's only Paradox left, low HP, no access to any sort of healing. Means that right now, it should, normally speaking, be Paradox losing this out rather quickly. And there's Icy sealing the deal. Round found by Team Stacy rather quickly as well, I've got to say. And that's the 1-2 on the board. Happy to see this, because this does mean that Team Stacy are fast enough on that return and that they might not be giving their opponents too much room.
But still a little worrying. Having it been for Haste pulling off 4 kills, this round might have gone south for them. So it was a really promising start, and actually a quite decent tactic from Team Fanyu, because they've got Paradox Man in such a crucial position. He was cutting off the rotation and also kind of endangering the enemy players with a potential flank. So he was a thorn in the side, but let's see how they will perform in the round number 4, because so far Team Fanyu with 2-man advantage, of course using that res to bring one of them back into life and getting into B side, also using the ultimate from Viper just to get some extra control over the B side.
And for now, that extra control on the B side will be very much appreciated. Train, though, on the flank. Oh, there he goes. Finds his target and will not catch out Haste. Haste. Wow, interesting. As currently, Haste will continue on a roll again. Triple found. Is this going to be another chance for a 4K? As currently, Haste moves on up ahead. In theory, just throwing all those knives at once should guarantee another kill, but it will not happen. It's Mobsy to take out Haste, and it will be the round going the ways of Team Fanyu.
Yet another round where Haste is trying his best to pull his team together, but just being the only one that gets the kills and gets the job done is not enough. Stacy and Cake, they have to wake up, because the team is missing out on so much when they are not fragging. And yet again, Team Fanyu really quick with the attack. So what I like about them is their decisiveness. They've pushed B-side quickly to use res, then also adding Viper's ult on top of that. So they really want to put the pressure on the enemies, and so far it's been working out for them great. They're up 2 rounds, but starting the 5th one, they lost Viper quite fast into the round, and Haste is also making way towards T-spawn.
And by the looks of it, that T-spawn position can be quite strong. Depending, though. There is B-side control being given. Fanyu also continuing and maybe getting a chance to now put down this spike. That is what's necessary right now, as we see Arcs actually committing to the plant. Rafaelise won't be able to deny, and it's a 3v3 that remains. But keep in mind how Razor's low HP really needs that healing to come in for a moment from Mobsy, as Arcs pulls out the Tour de Force, and we will see how that finds the impact. Still 14 seconds on that healing to come through from Mobsy, means that Arcs has got to do a lot more of the work, but his weapon won't connect. Mobsy, however, gets a chance. Now Fanyu peeking out a daring move, and Rafaelise tapping the spike for a moment, but not actually committing. As currently Arcs continues on this whole time is ticking, but Rafaelise, he won't go for it, he won't be able to pull it off. It's the 4-1, it's Team Fanyu in the strong spot.
It was quite a strange round, especially after the spike went down, because it was Arcs who was supposed to be the crucial element, the focal point of the round. He's using his Tour de Force, he's in the prime position to get this first kill, and he's missing 2 times. He's missed 2 times, so basically it was his teammates who had to do all the job, and they got the job done. It was Fanyu yet again who's making this race pick work. Couple of kills on his side, but right now he fell victim to Haste. And it feels like Stacy also wants to get into the mix with her ultimate. However, Paradox, alongside some other players from Team Fanyu, are getting back on the board, and it's 3 against 3.
An equal situation, you could say, and Team Funyu still feeling the pressure. That spike's got to be planted, and they are actually falling back slightly from the A site. Might be the right call to make, although you've got to keep in mind Sova, he's got, well, vision towards middle. Not completely, however. So in theory, a rotation is possible, but it might just be a bit of movement around. And still a commitment to the A side, but they've got to be wary. There's some aggressiveness that's also being shown. Train eventually deciding to commit once he's got the rest of his teammates supporting him, but Stacy is scary on that tour de force, and I would be worried the moment that comes in. Now it's the Hunter's Fury, but it will only connect with the one player, surprisingly enough. Does not net a kill, and will be a bit of a waste.
Remember, it is an eco round for Team Stacy, and they're using so many of those abilities. They really want to get back on the board, and it's such an important one to win because they've just used 2 ultimates. Stacy will try and get the half, the fuse, maybe not, I'm not sure, but Train with an easy kill on her. And so far, the time is ticking, so really, they have to get going. They need to hurry up. And IC falls victim to Train spotting. It's the 5th round for Team Fanyu, and they are showing us that the Ascent and Bind are the not only maps that they could be winning on. So far, so good. 5-1.
And that's how Team Funyu keeps their dominant line going, and how they will be able to stay on this steady spot, how they will be able to maintain dominance as they've done before. Currently, a good chance for them, I think, to maybe grab this first map. But I will reiterate, this is Icebox, and this is their own map pick. And obviously, with this being their own map pick, it should mean that their performance is going to be stronger anyhow.
A rather shallow position for the Viper's Pit, but it gives you a lot of control over the B side. But right now, oh, Stacy, not in a good position, and ultimate by Ray is being used to kind of get the defenders to scatter. The most important thing is IC is dead, so no more Viper's Pit. Mozzie with another kill, and it looks like the access to B side is under control of the attackers. They are supposed to get the spike down, and it looks like it will be down any second now. Spike planted, 3v4, Team Stacy on the back foot here.
And indeed, as this 2v4 remains, that spike is down. Funyu will seal the deal and get a triple on top of it. As currently, it'll be Funyu on the 6th round already, just on a roll. And I'm feeling, you know, some patterns being established here. And I will say this as well, right? Our predictions are clearly quite on the mark. As currently, Team Funyu are showing that dominant performance that we had expected. And I think that this already is quite telling. This already could be saying quite a lot for them to be established as the potential second grand final contenders.
Big brain hustlers, huh? Predicting the exact results of the games. Almost looks like it's scripted, huh? Okay, Train spotting.
I mean, didn't you read the script beforehand?
I like to, you know, keep myself entertained and surprised, so
no.
Yes. Of course, Team Fanyu, yet another round where the enemies have to go eco, so not much there to be done. They're just maybe trying to get one of those kills on the board, and it's Stacy. She finally gets a kill with a sheriff, and I remember back from Friday, she was notorious with those sheriffs and headhunters. I think I almost said that she's maybe better off just using sheriffs instead of bundles and other guns, because she's just finding more success using those pistols. And well, after all, it looked like Team Stacy got a lot of damage done during this round. Of course, not being able to pull their win off, that's something that we took for a certainty, but still 3 kills, some damage on the armor of the opponents, and even though there is 7-1, the economy is not that strong. It will provide you with the next opportunity for a full buy, and probably another one too, but we don't see a maxed out cash, right? There's 2k, 3k, maybe in some cases 6k. So chipping the economy of the enemy might be the best thing that Team Stacy could have done during this round, because if they want to start winning the rounds, this might come in handy.
It's only a start, however, and you see Paradox finding that initial frag again. I think right now I would rather see one solid tactic coming out from Team Stacy to actually try and achieve a result like that. For now, you've at least got Stacy, the woman in question, staying alive for just a mere moment until Arx decides to push that ahead again. Cake, will she succeed? It doesn't immediately look like it. Refragged by Funyu. And a 2v4 scenario will come on out, where Funyu commits to the plan. Paradox goes for the next fight. And that's Raphael's also going down. Spike happily ticking further. And I see plenty of talent over there. But I don't know how well she can keep holding this off. Commits to the snake bite for now and will run into the aim of Train. As Icy goes down and Team Funyu stand 8-1.
Well, unfortunately for them, it looks like the Icebox is not the arena that they're most comfortable with. They've got beaten by Team Mugi on Icebox as well, and it looks like the history will repeat itself. 8-1, not that big of a deal for Team Fanyu. They're just playing, you know, quite loosely. It's a real like. With the approach that they are showing us, they are playing to their strengths, which obviously are the personal skills, the individual performance, and Team Fanyu just feeling it. But overall, it's a team effort. It's not like a one guy who stands out the most. Paradox Man, yet again, he was the guy who picked up the op yesterday, playing on Brimstone, now doing the same duty on Viper. Arx getting a kill on Raphaelis, and it's just Stacy who's alone in this dicey situation. She only has access to Spectre, and her position is revealed by the trap, so looks like she will be hunted down by Team Fanyu.
And right now, that's Arx finishing the deal. 9th round already achieved, and we near the end of the first half. But currently, with this situation, Team Funyu, they're just undoubtedly strong, and I'd say setting themselves up for the double digits. At least there's a full buy, almost full buy, coming through from Team Stacy. But that light armor and even lack of armor appearing for Cake also worries me somewhat. There might be an ultimate or two also coming into play. Cake's got the res, and Stacy and Raphaelis are both 1 point away. But the same can be said for Funyu. They've got 3 of them already ready and waiting. 2 of the Force, although I think that'll be safe later on. And Ace showing the aggressiveness, but he doesn't get away with it. Arx punishes, Paradox follows up, and then the res from Mobsy actually comes through. That's Funyu back into the play, and boom, you've got a 4v2 situation again, as we've seen time and time appear. Funyu committing even further, showing the aggressiveness, and Mobsy going for the plan. This should seal the deal. Funyu with the double.
It just feels like Team Fanyu is playing with their food. They're getting kills left, right, and center. You cannot hide. You aren't safe. Like anywhere on the map, you could see that it was Paradox who got the kill on the left-hand side of the map towards B main. Then there are 2 eliminations towards A side, and Fanyu just feeling it, satcheling himself over to defend the side, spawn, and just going for the kills. I'm sorry to say that, but today has been such a one-sided matches day so far, and Team Stacy, they have to really stand up to actually do anything in this game, in this series.
And that's a tough one, right? That is just always a bit of a mental down low. If you've got to start out like this and you immediately have a massive disadvantage working against you. Arx coming through will take out Stacy, the woman in question. Of course, also important to reiterate, Team Stacy, they are actually playing in a boot camp scenario. It is a full female team that are showing themselves today, and that have got a lot to prove, a lot to live up to. sadly for now, things aren't flowing that smoothly. And who knows, if this doesn't go their way, well, there's still the HyperX wildcard, obviously. It would be a shame if they don't manage to directly place for that beautiful, beautiful tournament, the beautiful LAN in Wrocław. Oh, Haste gets a lot of room here, but he's actually off it. The timing means that he makes noise and that Paradox can read it. Oh, what a shame. I like the idea that Haste had, but it just didn't quite work out. Icy was there for the refrag angle, but the spike already gets planted. Team FunU setting themselves up for round number 11 and putting themselves only 2 more away from actually winning the first map.
And for a couple of rounds in a row, unfortunately, but Hayes been a little bit too quiet. At the very start of the map, she was the gal that actually tried to put it to work, but was just too few bullets shy, few kills shy of bringing a couple of those rounds back home. It's 11-1, a statement from Team FunU. And Team Stacy yesterday, most of the rounds that they've managed to win, they were on the back of those pistol round wins. And, well, unfortunately for them, they are still yet to win a single pistol round here.
Help!
If they don't manage to do it, they have to force the very next round and just play with their backs against the wall. So it's do or die, now or never. If they want to get back in the icebox, they have to start winning rounds here.
Right now, it's exciting times. It's a lot of pressure that is on. And it will be a wall coming through right away. I like the tactics that Mobsy is applying, but the pressure on the A side is somewhat delayed. Still, that wall should be coming into play in a moment as Train looks around, looks to the high ground, finds and spots out the recon drone. Will chase with a shock dart, but you will have Stacy very close. Haste following up Mobsy, though, on the hold, but Rafalee's even stronger. FunU then the one perhaps to try and pull this off, but the triple shot is not doing the work. And it will be Icy finding the next kill. She helps secure the rest of the site for her teammates. And on the FunU side, there's just one chamber left. At least this is the start that we needed to see from Team Stacy. But they've still got a lot to prove, a lot of work to do.
Yeah, of course. The best they can do is actually bring back the life into this game and maybe try to turn it around, winning everything on the Icebox. This will be, however, a hard task to pull off. So what you want to do in this kinds of situation, it really depends, because from my experience talking to players, they prefer a different approach. So sometimes you just want to lose the game as fast as possible, reset yourself mentally, and get ready for the next map. And some other players, they like to, you know, maybe run around a little, maybe try to get a few of those rounds on the board from themselves during the first map, which can then upset the enemy. Like, you were supposed to win at 13-1, you were supposed to go to Breeze already, but the enemies are still playing, and even though you feel like they stand no chance of winning, they're still trying their best, which sometimes can maybe just confuse you a little or annoy you a little when you're in the shoes of the winning team. So it really depends. It looks like Team Stacy, they want to give it the best, the all, and try to achieve something still on the first map. Haste she's just pushing, but that was an exquisite shot from Paradox, who's also getting attack on the second one. That's a collat! How is he doing that?
Wow, that is some insane martial action right there. That lucky man too. I mean, you can say skill is a part of it, but some of those shots were also just bang on target by sheer chance, and that collateral was beautiful. Leaves just Icy alive and leaves Team Stacy in a terrible position. Icy, though, will win the battle and now drag it down to a 1v1, but as there's the commitment... The spike planned, it won't come through. There's no reload coming out from Mobsy, and he'll be making the best out of this, going for the fight of the Spectre and finding success. Defuse will come through. Mobsy will get the kill, the defuse, and Team FunU finds round number 12, put themselves on that point.
Wow, as an Eminem said, you've got only one shot. don't miss the opportunity. And Mobsy actually missed the opportunity, the very first one, but fortunately for him, he picks up the Spectre. He's done some damage beforehand, so he finishes the job off. Have he not done that, probably Paradox would be, just raging out of his mind, because he pulled off such a great hold with this martial action. Really amazing, and it shows why he's so keen on picking those sniper rifles up.
Oh,
He's just so talented.
Speaking of sniper rifles, the Guardian might not be a full or complete sniper rifle, but it is a marksman rifle or a semi-auto rifle, call it what you like in my eyes. Sadly, though, it won't get much more time to shine as Train refrags with some delay. Haste to fall and a 4v4 to be made. Icy committing to the plant in the meantime. Paradox, not as much success with the hold this time. It's currently Train will move ahead, runs out of ammo as the switch to the classic. What an awkward engagement. Rafaelis to frag him out with the Marshal. Arcs to take the point instead. Actually, with plenty of bullets in his mag. That's a double coming through. Funyu and Arcs, one respectively. And currently a defuse being stuck by Funyu. Rafaelis coming through with a shock dart, but it won't matter, it won't happen. Funyu sticks the defuse, and Team Funyu, they get the first map. Excellent performance, a beautiful 13-2 that we see on the board. And I guess we couldn't have expected any differently from Team Mugi, right?
Yeah, well, yet another commanding victory from the point of view, from the point of Team Fanyu. Yesterday, 13-0, 13-3. Today, 13-2. So they're continuing the success story, really, in those qualifiers. They look like one of the strongest Greek teams in terms of the streamer rosters. Team Stacy, they just couldn't do much. It shows even in the second round, where Paradox just got an upgrade on the Marshal and he's able to pull off 4K just like that. So pretty much, if you pull out 4K out of the blue like this and then continue to win next rounds, you will be the team that will probably be the one to get into the finals. And I'm quite excited for that, because Team Mugi also showed great strength yesterday. And it looks like Team Fanyu will be just the exact opponent that you are looking for. So this might be an exciting best of 3. Of course, we still have to see how it will go on Breeze, but Icebox showed us that Team Fanyu they mean business today again.
Absolutely. So we see that, right? It's being proven. And Team Funny definitely had the most impressive score, the most impressive statistic on that group stage as well. And in that sense, I think that we should be not surprised in the slightest if they don't let Team Stacy get up to even more than, I say, 3-4 rounds or something on Breeze. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? Breeze still has to be played, and maybe Team Stacy has a really, really good game plan up their sleeve. It's definitely possible, and I don't think we should discount that for just a moment. And I hopefully will actually get to see something like that from Team Stacy, because they do have a lot to prove, right? They do have to actually make it that far. And they are a professional all-female team, so my expectations of them were higher, right? I would expect in that boot camp scenario that they're in, they can rise up to this challenge. So please, Team Stacy, prove it to me and show it to me. What I've also got to show to you guys is a temporary intermission that we are moving to. Obviously, we just saw the first map. It was a dominant performance, a 13-2. And well, I think that sounds just about right for Mugi or for Team Funyu as we had expected, just as right as my HyperX headphones sound. Check that out with exclamation mark HyperX as we move to an intermission, and we will see you back after this break.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League, where, of course, we are catching the sickest and the best streamers of Greece at this moment in time, absolutely fighting out their battles on the playing field. For now, we saw a first map where Team FunU decimated their opponents to where they got a dominant 13-2 score, and where I think they made a very clear mark on Icebox. A great start, and now we move ahead to the second map in this best of 3 in the second semi-final of today. Team Stacey's pick, Breeze. My dear McVire, besides the fact that you just enjoyed a lovely pad thai, as you were telling me, and explaining the whole history behind to me, as a matter of fact,
Yeah.
how are you feeling about this upcoming map?
Let's be real, Robert. I think the only two contenders right here is Team Mugi and Team FunU. Like, Team Stacey really have to showcase their skill and improve so much from the last game if they want to be in the contention for the finals, and of course for the LAN, unless they are voted as a team that will go using the HyperX wildcard. Of course, you can find out about that more on the chat, !wildcard, and you will know how to get there. But getting back, well, being completely honest, completely real, I feel like Team FunU and Team Mugi are light years ahead of their competition, and those are the two teams that should battle it out in the finals. I really don't see how Team Stacey can come back. They are being outgunned, they are being outstrutted, and so far it's just hard for them to find footing in the game. Of course, Breeze being this kind of in the same area maps of Icebox, where you have a lot of those firefights, a lot of those just individual highlights from players. And so far, Team FunU, all of them were on the board, all of them are hitting their marks. And FunU is actually going to be picking Neon, so this is a change from Raze that he has been rocking for the past 5 games.
Yeah, I like to see the fact that, Team FunU, boom, instantly just lock everything in within 40 seconds. They just know what they want. They just know how they want to play things. Team Stacey, on the other hand, still hovering for now, not having locked anything in. A pretty clear comp that's coming through for Breeze, right? Viper's no big surprise. Chamber also a staple in just about any lineup nowadays. Yeah, I think altogether Team FunU, they've got a good comp going. Maybe a little bit aggressive with the Reyna and Neon combo at the same time, but hey, I'm here for it, right? That triple threat, Reyna, Neon, and Chamber, that's a tough one. On the other side, we'll see Team Stacey. They've locked in Viper and Chamber for now. Solid choices as well, and nothing too unexpected. Seems like we'll also be seeing a KO, Sova, and Jet coming on through. I think that's a bit of a more, well, I dare say, easier comp, or not easier per se, but a bit of a less risky one, and one where they go for slightly more stability, I would argue.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about this difference?
From the point of view of Team Stacey, they are much more into the standard zone of the team comps, and this is something that I feel like a lot of teams fall into this trap of, okay, this is the team comp that all the best teams are playing on Breeze, so we have to also play this team comp. And what I really like from the teams that are a little bit more innovative, and I guess they're a little bit more confident, that they bring out their own picks and implement them into the game, because of course you can play the best comp, but if you don't know how to use KO, or if you don't feel comfortable playing Sova, maybe it's better to actually bring Reyna, which I am not the biggest fan of this agent, but if she makes you like drop 30 or 40 kills a map, just go for her, because this is something that will work for you. And so far, this is what Team FunU has been showing us. Arcs, a lot of emphasis on Reyna. FunU, he's been exclusively picking Raze, but right now he's going for Neon, so this is something brand new for him. I am excited to see how he will perform on this agent. So far, so good. They are just one map away from getting into the finals, and let's see if they can pull it off here on Breeze.
Spike planted.
Exactly. So, Mobsy, that does come in with a return frag there. Balances out the play count back to 4v4. It's currently FunU showing that aggressiveness, that Neon coming into play, am I right? Let's see how that will work out, however, as Arx in the meantime also puts further pressure on, finds Icy. and will at least show a result. Fun you and Arcs, they seem to be on a roll. They seem to be continuing. And boom, that's just over left. Oh, dearie me, knifed out by Train. That's just harsh, okay? That's just rough. And that will be Team Fun You. For a moment, they're showing weakness at the start, but very quickly getting things going their way again, winning the first pistol.
Oh, they are starting. I think this is like the most commanding victory in the pistol round that we have already seen, that we have seen in the through the course of this tournament, through the course of this qualifier. It looks like the speed that they finished with the last map, they want to keep going and actually maybe add on top of that. If you watch F1, you're pretty much well aware of what DRS zone is, and it looks like Team Fanyu is actually approaching the DRS zone where they can just push the button and get some extra mileage under the way.
Currently with that extra mileage, that extra opportunity, they will be able to do quite a bit. Oh, look at Arcs. How can you be this strong on your pistol? And what an Uzi, what a kerfuffle of an engagement there as Arcs was able to get a triple kill in and Paradox finds the last 2-0. And boom, Team Funyu, they've made their start, they've made their mark. Team Stacy still somewhat left out at this point in time, still searching, still struggling.
A rather familiar start to the game, right? I feel like we've been seeing this kind of... Well, this style of play unfold each time when Team Fanyu is playing, when Team Fanyu is on the server. They just cannot stop and they just don't want to stop. Unfortunately, Cake, she just missed one too many bullets and didn't manage to get the kill on the board. And of course, my eyes are on the Paradox man and his ability to make use of this Marshall. Will he be able to pull off something crazy just like on the icebox? That's the real question, because the enemies are closing in.
Absolutely, and here they are. Icy committing to the plan, can get away with that thanks to the Viper wall as well. But there are enemies close to the entirety of Team Funyu. They're already rotating around, and look at this. You've got a Viper wall, well I'll raise you my Neon wall. And that does so much. As Arcs will be going for the next engagement, clean on the Guardian, zapping away and finding the frags. That's 2 kills achieved, Vandal recovered, and Paradox sticking that defuse for now.
They are just
Currently.
too good. They continue to dominate the enemies. Team Fanyu, so far, they have not shown us any cracks in the armor. And, well, on one hand, I'm a little bit, disappointed with Team Stacy because I had maybe not high hopes, but I hope that they can bring something to the table after Friday's games, where they show against Team Mugi that they can actually put up a good fight. So far, they are not on the point. Maybe it will take a little bit more time to get in the zone on Breeze, since it's the map pick. Or maybe it will be just Team Fanyu, rolling over them completely. But on the other hand, if Team Fanyu completely dominates Team Stacy, we'll have the same story of 2 teams that got into the finals, completely destroying their opposition in the groups in the playoffs. And this will be the first and probably the final test. Who is going to get out on top? This will be really important, of course, in finals. Right now, we are just overseeing Team Fanyu playing a little bit with their opponents. They're just taking their sweet time, getting those kills on the board, unless Haste can do something about it. She's got 2 already, and the third one won't come. It's Arch to get the last kill. The 4-0 start for Team Fanyu looks promising.
Almost certainly does. Team Funyu, they are just repeating what they've done before, showing that dominance with this time Arcs leading that fray. I mean, you can see him really 2.5 times as many kills as his team captain Funyu actually has managed to get. That is quite the impact. No deaths yet either. The only man that has been alive for the entirety of the first few rounds. Arcs Tex, the Undying, you could call him.
Unkillable Demon King, that is the nickname of Faker in League of Legends, so maybe we have to come up with something for Arxi as well. Or maybe
Spike
Paradox.
down A.
Finally, he's got his hands on an agent that is supposed to be sniping. I don't want to say that if you're
One
playing
enemy
Viper
remaining.
or Brimstone, you are not allowed to snipe, but it's just less conventional. And when you're playing Chamber, you are supposed to be sniping. If you are not using up, you're doing probably something a little bit wrong. Fanyu, and Fanyu himself just playing with his food, standing Rafaelis 2 times, finishing her off, and it's a 5th one on the board. It's just a treat to watch Fanyu, and it's a little bit sad to see Stacy go like this. Because I want to see them put up a fight. I want to see a bit more competitive approach to this game. But maybe Arx and the rest of Team Fanyu are too strong for them. This might be the case.
It's very possible. Team Funyu right now seem to be in a different league. They seem to outclass their opponents. And that's kind of been that consistent problem coming on through. For now, Arx with the initial entry, haste on that return. And it's again a situation in which we'll be seeing Team Stacy, I think, struggle somewhat. At least this time, though. It's also those pistols only being kind of an issue, right? You see it in the hands of Cake. And think that Cake currently is just a bit of a sign, right? You've got Icy also, she comes through with that Bulldog, and it won't even get any chance to play. Paradox frags her out and leaves a 4v3 advantage. Team Funyu in a very strong spot.
What they can do right now is the question. How they can pull it off, how they can get back into the game, actually start winning some rounds, because this one is just an eco variant, so we do not expect them to win. They actually made some great economy damage, but that is going to not be enough. Arx is still fighting.
30 seconds left.
And trying as he can. Arx currently looking around. As currently Rafaelis will go for the fight, but he won't win it out. Train with the final kill, and that's the 6-0 already. Team Funyu slightly delayed to achieve the round win on that one, but eventually still grabbing the result. And that 6-0 is just a dominant start to your first half. For now, or for this to actually be compensated by Team Stacy, they're going to have to get 6 rounds in a row themselves. Yeah. And even though they've got Vandals in their hands right now, I see full armor as well, this is still going to be undoubtedly tough. That's a fact. Yeah. Paradox also going to be putting that ult into play as he's got his frenzy in his hand. But he now pulls out the coup de force.
Yeah, but I've got an idea. They have 3 ultimates. They want to use KO at first to get access to the side. After they plant the spike, they want to put the Viper's wall down. But it's just Arxi who is getting a lot of them. And Fanyu with the perfect timing to stop the resurrection. And it looks like Team Stacy will fall victim to Team Fanyu yet again, or maybe it will be haste. Can he do it?
Spike planted.
Oh, he should be able to. Can't find his target, but the timing's off on this. Mobsy tries to go for the peak, but he won't win the battle. And that will eventually be haste. He gets that, and he wins that fight. 1-6, Team Stacy with their first round to come through. It took them a little while, but eventually they found their results. Let's hope for Team Stacy that now a bit of a streak can be created and that this can be continued.
That's a good spot.
As currently Team Stacy, they find themselves in still a favorable situation weapon-wise. Little Guardian popping up over here, some light armor. You can see signs of a fracture. You can see the fact that they did just lose 4 out of 5 team members.
Yeah, and I just saw the scoreboard. This was the very first initial death of Arxi during this map. So far, he's been playing out of his mind, and he proves it yet again. He gets 2 kills at the start of the round. I'm not even sure where he dropped them, but I think it was towards the elbow. And it looks like Team Fanyu just reads the intentions of Team Stacy so easily, like an open book. They know exactly what they want to do. but maybe they could just get a little bit too ahead of themselves, because when you start pushing like this, when you start, you know, being too eager to get all those kills, that's where you are prone to make those mistakes. Paradox this time around waiting,
Spike down.
and
Attacker
his
spawn.
patience pays off. He got the kill, and he's also still holding this angle, so Haste nowhere to go. It's Mobsy who finishes him off, and it's Team Fanyu with the 7th on the board.
Credit where it's due, right? I think also that Paradox is a very solid factor with the operator. You won't see him at the top of the leaderboard per se, but in my eyes, the way that Paradox is playing, he can really provide an impact time and time again and be a critical player with that operator. Still, though, you can't deny the fact Aratek, he is right on top. 17 kills, just 1 death, and even 2 assists. Not only does he get insane kills, but he's a team player. FNY, aka FunU, obviously, also coming through the frenzy, rocking the damage. Apparently that ultimate is not necessary. What, FunU? How are you doing this? Pushes for the ace and actually gets it. FunU, that is ridiculous. Unbelievable. The triple with the frenzy to move on like that and convert it into the ult. I can't even.
Yeah. Wow, you would think that after the Fanyu got, you know, silenced by KO by KO's dagger, he is in a tough spot, but he just gets his frenzy out, kills 3 of the enemies, and then gets access to his ultimate back. That was a completely bonkers round. Not sure if Fanyu should have used all of those abilities during the eco round of the enemy, because you're probably looking to stack those ults against a better buy of the enemy team. But, well, they made it work. They're 8-1, so I might be just wondering and maybe looking for a hole in the... Maybe looking for something unnecessary.
Oh, most certainly so, most certainly so. As currently Haste, he might be able to get the first frag in. Still some delay coming through, but eventually he'll find it. Icy, good on that follow-up. Will take out Paradox. Right now, Mobsy is also caught out by Haste. Rafaelise can commit to the plant at this point in time. Train tries to deny something, but eventually it'll be Train and Architect going for that fight instead. Lyra is pretty good from Architect. And eventually he'll be able to find Haste as well. Oh yes, my man. It does seem to happen. It's down to a tense 1v1. And now Architect having to move further ahead. Going for a dangerous battle, but being overhealed. Rafaelise cannot be found. She will win that fight. And Architect will go down 2-8. Team Stacy can at least secure another round.
I was about to say that this is illegal what Architect is doing. He cannot be, like, you're not... he shouldn't be allowed to win 2v5 situations where you were both approaching from the very same angle. But luckily for Rafaelise, she found a good timing because she was just looking the other way, and at the very last second she turns around, turns left, and gets the killer Architect. Second round on the board for Team Stacy. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's FunU that open up a round, but... Well, that opens up a round, but immediately there's that return. Is this going to be the turning point? Is that what we can ask right now? Because maybe that's what's needed, right? Team Stacy, I mean, it is really needed. They're only on 2 rounds. There's still a massive disadvantage. Icy, also able to find Paradox. I'm feeling it right now. I'm feeling that Team Stacy comeback.
Well, I would say it's a far-reaching conclusion, but maybe you're right. So far, we've been on the spot with the predictions, and I'm still sticking to 2-0 for Team Fanyu. But I really want to see some more signs of life from Team Stacy, and they're finally bringing it to the board. Train spotting with the flank, but the bad news are there is a Viper's Pit in front of him that he has to get through. We'll be able to eliminate Haste, but still Icy and KO alive. No time left, so he's just fighting to maybe get those guns of the enemy players. He will not have the time because you just saw this little outline around the spike. it shows you that there won't be enough time for the defuse. Train spotting, even
Last
though he
round
managed to
in
get
the
4
half.
kills, he's not going to win the round, and it's the third one for Stacy. So things are looking up a little bit for them.
Almost certainly so. As I said, you know, I don't necessarily call the comeback, my dear McVire. I only call it when I believe in it. Still, credit where it's due, you know, Train being able to deny so much weaponry, being able to deny so much economy from Team Stacy is also very worthwhile, I think. As now we enter the final round of the first half. Will it be FunU maybe claiming this round, but then invoking the fated 9-3 curse? It's a scary
Paradox has to
prospect.
switch. Yeah, he has to switch his positions because he was just seen, but he does it perfectly.
I thought that there was more in that, but it won't happen. Should be a chance maybe for that Resurrect to come through for KO. Icy also committing to the plant in the meantime, but KO being left out for now and losing his life by the looks of it. Paradox finding the kill from the grave. As currently the ult is popped, FunU going ahead, but Train spotting really doing a lot of the work. Defuse coming through, and there you have it. It's Team FunU. They claim the 9-3, and currently it will be Team Stacy that will be left out a little bit as we enter the second half. 9-3 is that score. FunU with the major advantage.
That was such a good position from Paradox because he was playing on the top of this little tower, and I believe that the drone saw him. So the last time he was seen, he was backing off. The enemies, they think that he will be probably playing from the backside, but he actually wraps around and goes aggressively. This smoke from, I believe it was Team Stacy, didn't help the Team Stacy much. It actually played in favor of Paradox Man, who got 2 kills, and most importantly, he kills Kaio in the open, so he cannot be picked up after the spike goes down, and this pretty much ends the round with the perfect after plant positions, retake positions from Team FunU. Let's see how the pistol round will fold out, because it started quite quickly with FunU getting 2 kills. This guy is just completely crazy. Look at him! He's chasing everybody around!
One enemy remains.
And then you get the chaser from Train coming ahead. But FunU already making the impact, making the mark with that triple kill. And also grabbing the second pistol round. Absolute insanity. And that will be the 10-3. Team FunU, you've achieved the double digits. You've achieved something that is always I think, very solid milestone. This will mean a lot for them. And I look forward to seeing how Team Stacy might be able to return on this, because it's now or never. 3 rounds and Team FunU has got their spot in the grand final. And Team Stacy will have to rely on that HyperX wildcard to actually get back into the grand final, or into the LAN, I should say.
Yesterday I called FunU a baboon. Today I'm going to call him a leopard, because he's just so damn fast on this neon, pushing everyone left, right and center. Another round that goes underway in the blink of an eye. They really want to get into this final as quickly as possible.
Absolutely so, and that's the rate that they're going for, right? 11-3. Team Stacy. They are currently, well, I wouldn't say really being left behind, although I think maybe actually that is the best way to phrase it, because currently with just 2 rounds left and Team Stacy having to give it their everything, you can see how they've dove or even gone deep into their reserves, having committed to the Vandals, light armor for the majority of people, and 2 people being lucky enough to claim some heavy armor. This is a make it or break it round for them.
And Cake is left alone on B side. It's FunU who just gets 2 kills, zapping the enemies. Oh my god, such an electric performance from him. Maybe it will be Cake who can put a stop to this advance, but not really. Paradox finally finishes him off. And FunU, he's just out for blood. Got the 3 kills with the ultimate. There was this discussion that Neon's ult might not be that useful in the competitive play because it has lower damage done. You know, if you face Neon with ultimate and the player with Vandal, if he lands a headshot, he will be able to kill you faster than than Neon will
The
be able
ultimate
to.
does.
Yeah, than the ultimate does. But from the looks of it, Fanyu is just so quick, so flexible that the enemies are unable to hit him, and this way you can make the work. You can make the ult work. Fanyu, Architect, they're just pushing on side, and it looks like this will be the end of things. This will be the round that guarantees Team Fanyu a participation in the final, in the game against Team Mugi. It's just Stacy left alone, and I think she has access to judge, so she won't be able to do much here. It's Team Fanyu who completely smashes Team Stacy and advances to the grand final.
Look at that, by the way. Stacy
Yeah.
just shaking her head like, no, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. Oh dear, understandably so. And now you'll actually get that hunt coming through from Team Funyu. Stacy just figuring, yeah, I'm happy in my corner of here. Finds Funyu at least at the end, but now getting cords out, just delaying as much as she can. But I'm afraid that is kind of it, as currently the last few sprays will be put down. And look at this, they're going for the knives. This is ever so slightly BM in my opinion. And eventually the spike gets detonated anyway. We see the knife at the end still coming down from Paradox, and it will be the 13-3. The second map is found by Team Funyu. And boom, that seals the deal now, doesn't it? That is Funyu having found his place along with his teammates in the grand final, in that exciting last best of 3 to decide who gets that ticket straight to the beautiful city of Wrocław.
Well, I think that during the last round where Stacy just got her knife out, it was actually an act of good sportsmanship from the enemy team to also bring the knives out, because they could have just executed her with the guns. So we can see that even though Team Stacy lost, both teams are in good humors. They are having fun, they're enjoying it. So of course this was a one-sided victory. Team Fanyu was way better, couple of levels above the opposition, but it looks like Team Stacy, they will get some experience out of it, right? They are still on the land, they're probably preparing for the start of the next league or for game chambers or whatever. So still a valuable experience for them, but unfortunately they will not be able to qualify for LAN by going through playoffs. The last resort is of course them being chosen in the HyperX wildcards.
Absolutely. So exclamation mark wildcard for that in the chat in case you're wondering. Of course, also a shout out to HyperX for supporting the tournament as well, just like Surfshark is doing. Lovely, lovely companies, the both of them. For now, though, that does seal the deal indeed. Our playoff grand final, it is secured. It is set in stone. We will be seeing Team Mugi going up against Team Funyu. Obviously, for us, McVire, we kind of saw this one coming, right? We've been covering both the group stages. We saw both the teams play, and we obviously had that good intel. We had that good read to come through and to actually tell us that it was them to be the most likely to get that spot in the grand finals. And so they've secured it here. You see it again in the bracket to come through. Team Mugi versus Team Funyu. That is our final battle for today. That is our grand final. One more best of 3 that's left to be played. How are you feeling about this one, McVire? Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm so excited. First of all, I'm really impressed with how well both of the teams had shown today. Really strong performances from both of them. And like I said before, this will be probably the first and also the last test. So you really have to bring your A game to the finals, because if you slip up, if you miss your shots, well, the LAN in Wrocław might just slip out of your hands. So those teams, I'm pretty sure we are up for 3 maps for the full best of 3 series. That's what I'm counting for, because I just want to see Team Mugi as well as Team Funyu play it out on the server and give it their best.
I absolutely agree with that. I really think that a full triple map situation is nothing too crazy to think of right now, due to the fact that these teams are really well matched with one another, I think. Still, you've sometimes seen that kind of upset scenario come on through in the grand final, so we'll have to see. For you guys, that means just a slight intermission in between whilst we wait, whilst we get everything set up for the grand final of today. The final best of 3, one that decides who gets to go to the beautiful city of Wrocław. Definitely stick around and be right here after the intermission, as we will head into that exciting grand final of today. See you in a moment.
promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
philosophy. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe.
rhythm to the beat. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League, where we've already made it all the way to the grand final. It's time for this exciting spectacle to actually kick off for these two remaining teams, Team Mugi and Team Funyu, to start playing for that fated LAN invite. It's down to these two. They are two lovely, lovely teams, and of course they have fantastic captains at the helm. But right now, it's down to just the one. There's one possible winner, one possible team that can actually get that LAN ticket. And personally, I don't dare say who's it going to be right now, because really, we saw strong performances from either of these two. So what do you think, Magvire? Who's going to be able to get this?
You don't want to risk it, right? Okay. First of all, I'm
Nope.
really hyped for this matchup. I believe that both teams are on the same level of play, and they have not had the opportunity to go against each other yet. So far, they've had those easy games where they just smashed their opponents, maybe lost some rounds because they got a little bit too ahead of themselves, maybe just started, running around the map and trying to get the frags. So this will be the real test for both of them. And on one hand, it's such a pity that only one team is going to win and will get to the LAN, unless you guys, of course, vote for the HyperX wildcard for one of those teams to also attend LAN at Wrocław, because I think both of those teams are really close in the level of play. Of course, this will be the thing that we will be checking, during next upcoming, possibly and hopefully, 3 games, because that's also something that I'm wishing for. I want to see the full best of 3 series with, back and forth, with overtimes, with crazy clutches, with good executions, with amazing shots. But going back to your original question, who's going to take it? That's a really tough one. But I just feel like Team Funyu is in such rush after defeating Team Stacy in such a commanding fashion. And Funyu himself, Funyu the Fourth, as the fans call him, he might be leading his team to a victory. So I really want to see from team, of course, the most important thing: what maps are we going to play? Is Ascent the one? Of course. Oh, God,
yes.
it is. That's
There we
exciting,
have it.
because what was banned then? Okay, Fracture from Team Funny perspective, that's an obvious ban, because you don't want to go against Team Mugi on Fracture. But then Haven banned by Team Mugi. I wonder why is that? Are they not prepared for this map? Are they not comfortable on Haven? Or maybe they know that Haven is the best map in the Team Funyu repertoire or whatever, and they just have been playing Ascent because they want to bamboozle each other. Of course, Ascent being such a strong pick for Team Funyu, you have to expect them to go into this round swinging, to go into this map swinging.
Absolutely. So, I mean, in that situation, in that sense, I think that Ascent will be a very solid start chance for Team Funyu. The way that they are going, the way that they should be playing will be smooth sailing. And I think that if they can get a good start, a good kickoff on Ascent, there might still be that potential for them to make it into that tour. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I do want to say one more thing on those predictions, by the way. You're going for Team Funyu. Well, I'm going to counter you there. I look at Team Mugi and I see the fact that that team is stacked with immortal players. So for me, that's all I've got to see. I am voting Team Mugi on this one, and I'll be facing you head on in that prediction battle. Personally, I think that Team Mugi, they should be the ones that just have the slightly better chances, the ones that will be in a more favorable situation. But obviously, there's all sorts of factors in play. And one of those other factors that actually comes into play is the agent select. Also an important thing to keep in mind, and also an important thing to look at to make sure that there can be a good composition of the agents. But look at this. Boom. They've already selected it straight away. We don't even get a chance to look. It's KO, I believe I saw on the Team Funyu side, a Killjoy also over there. And I saw a Brim on the other side. That, yeah, just before you know it, the agents are already selected. I barely had a chance to look at them.
Well, basically, those compositions are old news. Both teams have been playing on Ascent and showing us these exact compositions, so I really like the confidence. Both of the teams are coming into Ascent with the plan. They know what they are supposed to do. They know how to win, or at least they think that they know how to win. So I'm really excited to see them battle it out, of course, on the server. And the most important thing, both of those teams, with those amazing individuals, they are going for the comfort picks. And this is such an important factor because so far we have seen those breakout players in form of Architect, in form of Nyaru and Nashil. They've been popping off. So as long as they are on their respective and preferred roles and agents, they should be feeling quite confident and comfortable in them. So let's see. Let's look how it's going to pan out. Nyaru pushing mid already. Such a strong, such a heavy blow at the very start of the round. But Team Fanny on the other side, getting access to A side, being slowed down by Killjoy and her utility. This will slow their advance, but not stop it completely. They should be able to plant the spike down.
And down it will go.
Spike
As
planted.
right now, Mobsy makes that strong start. Team Funyu, at least, even though they lose somebody out, they've already lost 2 people out, I should say. Standing strong and finding that position. Architect, though, will come through. We'll find a kill on Mugi. But right now, Funyu and Mobsy committing further. Nyaru, though, seemingly stronger. And Nyaru moving to get the 4K in total. Defuse being stuck, and Team Mugi making their mark, claiming the first pistol round.
One-man army. Nyaru getting 4 kills on the board and defusing the spike. It will increase his chances of getting an ultimate towards the bonus round quite greatly. And you can see that Team Mugi, they are feeling confident on this map. It was such a quick push and they must have studied what the enemies are doing because they were prepared, they were ready, they had a plan and had to pull it off. This early advantage then probably transitioned into a round win because you could see at the end how close it was. Nyaru just getting the flank and just getting the backstab, only being at the level of 34 HP. So yeah, that was a close one, but getting into the second round, it looks like Team Fanyu actually forced, but they are falling like flies.
Last player
Most
standing.
certainly so. Boom! You blink for a moment and the round is done. Team Funyu eliminated in a fast fashion, and Team Mugi making a very clear impact there at the start of the matchup. 2-0 already found, and Team Funyu right now clearly struggling on that attacking side. They'll be forced to utilize some sheriffs, some light armor, a really, really basic buy coming through, and hopefully with that being able to find some crazy headshots. Obviously, the resistance that Team Mugi can put down with those Spectres cannot be denied. It's a scary factor coming into play. Let's see how this will work out and what maybe Team Funyu will be able to do. Oh dear. Nyaru, not that much at least. Caught out by the Sheriff from Paradox and with an assist from the Killjoy. Means that right now Team Funyu have made that initial entry that they were hoping for.
Not the biggest fan of this play. First of all, the enemies are on the back foot, they have to play eco. You're well aware of that. They've just forced and lost the round, so unless they're completely crazy and went bonkers and forced yet again, they will be facing you with a weaker economy and weaker guns. So for whatever reason, why would you actually want to use the Bladestorm, such an impactful ultimate? You could probably save for the next round and make use of it while the enemies have better guns. Okay, maybe Nyaru felt like he wants to collect some more kills. Maybe he wants to stack money towards this operator buy that was imminent to come. But, well, let's not focus on this so much. It looks like Fanyu is pushing Shinshi, who is all alone on the backside of B. But so far, he's been doing great, getting the first kill, dancing around, trying to get some more. He's not going to be. He's not gonna be able to do that. However, it's Wombo who comes to his rescue. Maybe to revenge him.
And you do have to keep in mind, Train now can commit to the spike plant, but he will get away with it. Not as utilized, but luckily Wombo comes in clutch, finds the 4K, and finds the impact. Spike still planted, but for Team Funyu, a round still denied. And that's the important factor. Also, nice to see Wombo giving away that other half of the spike defuse, because of course Wombo is already capped on that ultimate, has the lockdown ready where necessary. And that will create the 3-0 situation on the board. Team Mugi, for now, hold on to their strong start.
Spike planted.
Maybe a little bit too close. Maybe just slightly too close of a round. Team Mugi The good news are they've lost so many guns that they are forced to buy them right now, which will increase their chances of actually winning the round. And like I told you, like I mentioned, it's Nyaru who is opting for a operator pickup, and he is playing towards B main. However, no one is going to push it here, at least yet. So he's getting a little bit curious. He is getting a little bit frisky. He also wants to get into the action, maybe strike first. But Killjoy's alarm bot will make sure, maybe not alarm bot, the Killjoy's turret will stop him in his tracks.
Turret destroyed.
Well, we do hear the words turret destroyed ringing through, so for Team Mugi, there is one less to deal with. As currently Wombo keeps holding down the situation, making sure that there won't be any direct competition pushing through by the way to that little link area over yonder near the A site. As currently, Architect, he will push ahead. It's not that garden that they'll be going through, and it's actually the site that they will find control of. Team Mugi, nothing, no sorts of resistance here. And Train getting away with that plant, easy peasy. Now Narsil comes through, finds a go with the Spectre. Train, though, on a roll with the Vandal, and Wombo finding the next battle. That's a very favourable situation, and there is a Vandal on the ground over there that can be recovered. Reload will come on through. Mobsy then trying to find success, and the Defender Killjoy not tracking anybody. Actually, the Incendiary from Paradox that finds the kill. Architect also coming through. Nyari, the only one left, now with an Operator in his hands to try and get this. Baits out the defuse, won't find the kill at the end. Architect to get it, and the first round to be on the board for Team Funyu.
A solid start for the Ascent offensive side, finally getting something on the board. I really enjoyed the moment where both teams had an excellent idea of what's going to happen, because for Team Mugi, they've just put Nyaru all alone on B side. He was the only guy who was holding B main, and the rest of the squad, they all moved towards A. They were ready to repel the attackers, but they've actually decided to play in a retake scenario since they've had access to lockdown. However, after two players fell down quite quickly during the retake attempt, it was so much harder to pull off, and Yaru was just so late with the rotation, and having Op in play, it's just so hard to pull anything off during those kinds of situations. However, this time around, he's making a difference by getting the opening frag on B main.
Result found, and Team Mugi set themselves back up when necessary, perhaps to get a round again. Paradox to find the first entry, though, makes things a bit tougher. And Shinshi then deciding to lurk in the Omen smoke is daring. Now the Hellfire will come through, the Orbital Strike as you call it. Shinshi, though, finds the impact and attaches a pretty good shock dart. Although it won't get a frag on Mobsy, it's Narsil instead that comes through. And it's a 2v4 that's left out. There was a momentary showing from Funyu, but that seemed to just be that, a momentary showing. Normally speaking, it would be Team Mugi getting the upper hand in this one.
Such a smart play from Coach Sensi. After he got the kill, he jumped out of the smoke, put the recon dot, forcing the enemy to lose his position, to give up his position. And right now, it's just Funyu with Architect. Is it going to be Mugi or maybe Architect? He knows where the enemy is, but he's playing it carefully. He's playing it patiently. Does he have any more abilities? Doesn't look like. So he really has to win this kind of a firefight, where it's Architect who comes out on top. Second point on the side of Team Funyu, and it looks like the game is getting more and more competitive.
Credit where it's due. Architect at the end managing to win things out over there, making sure that the rest of the team actually succeeded. And you saw that pop off right away. Funyu also finding an important impact. But that 1v1 in the end clutched out by Architect with a triple kill on the counter on the tally. 2v3. And indeed, you put it well. Maybe this is the moment, the change that's going through. Team Funyu, they can start proving themselves. They can start offering more resistance that can actually make the attacker side work out. Currently, Nas still showing some aggressiveness. Aldrone supporting him. Fanyu catching out at Wombo in the meantime. Shinshi good on the chase. And obviously, Team Mugi having to deal with Sheriffs at this point. Not really the best weaponry, as is proven right away by Mugi himself.
I do enjoy this type of rounds where, even though Team Mugi is on the back foot and they're playing with a worse weaponry, they're on eco round, they
Spike
still
planted.
try to make the best out of it. They've pushed middle, they've pushed B main. This is the kind of traditional thing that you can do during defense when you are fighting for the map control. Of course, it didn't work because this is the same thing that they've used during the very first round. So, fool me once, shame on me. Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. This time around, Team Fanyu was well aware of that, and they were ready, having better positions this time around. They didn't get surprised, and it's Coach Shinshi who retrieved the gun, and he will just save it towards the next round. He has some abilities, he has small shields, and also a phantom, so there's no use in him dying. But it's 3-3, so the score is now even.
Absolutely. So it's Team Fanyu in that sense, achieving that equal footing with their opponent. So incredibly important. I mean,
Thanks.
in that sense, if you can keep performing, if you can keep succeeding, it'll be a possibility for Team Fanyu to come back in no time to actually get the upper hand over Team Mugi and just prove to us, right, that there's a reason why we hype this up as an incredibly tense grand final to start showing.
Ooh. Paradox just dodging this wrecking bolt, but on top of that there will be a drone used, and of course Nyaru playing aggressively.
Spike down.
Combine that with an ultimate from Sova, and you may look for a success, but it's Coach Shinshi who just finds another 2 kills, and the 4th one on the board. Finally, Paradox put an end to him, but it might be just a little bit too late.
Too little too late, as they say. A stellar performance by Coach Shinshi. Sure, he lost his life at the end there, but can we really be mad about that? I mean, the man got a very, very strong 4K hold, and will now have to hope that this team can finish the rest of the job. I think that they'll be alright. I think that, honestly, this should be a done deal, due to the fact that there is that 1-2-man advantage even, and that right now Paradox will be caught out in a moment by the Killjoy trap. Oh dear, oh dear. Low HP, ladies and gentlemen. It is a killer, and they have the proof right away.
That is the worst way to go down. When you still think that you may have a chance to win the round, and then you just step in the Killjoy's abilities, in the Killjoy's utility. That's a bummer. 4th round for Team Mugi. This time around it was Coach Shinshi
Blow something up.
who pulled off a 4K all on his own. Team Fanyu wants to change it up a little, and it looks like this will be an attack towards A side. Fanyu just getting ready to activate his ultimate and double satchel on the side. I think that's what's going to happen, right? Oh, maybe not. He just missed it. Come on! What is going on? It looks like Team Mugi, smelled it in the air, what's going to happen, and they just moved all of their players towards A side. Nyaru having a really, really good position, getting 2 kills, working out for him so far. Can he get any more?
Team Mugi showing that strength again, but Train being able to retort. Make sure that his team can stay safe, and that Team Fanyu gets a new chance perhaps for that A side. Although by the looks of it right now, they're actually going for the middle control instead. Not really the craziest call to make. Also an important factor when it comes to this map. Getting that middle control can really set you up for a lot of potential positions. And currently, I'd like to see more of that coming into play. But
30
do
seconds
keep
left.
in mind, there's a cheeky little omen lurking on that A side. And that will be the place that the spike is actually going. 20 seconds. So it's now or never. And Vision being denied at just the right time could already do so much. There you have it coming through as expected. Narsil to utilize that ability, at least get 1 kill out of it, finding the next train going down, and Wombo finishing the job. 5-3. Team Mugi for now, they will maintain their advantage.
Perfect positioning from Nashil and just his game awareness and overall situational awareness. So he understands that the enemies have to put the steps inside the side in order to plant the spike. Of course, that's obvious, but when they cross, you know, the margin, the border of the A main, Killjoy's turret is being activated. That is the prompt. That is the moment when you also use paranoia and just peek them, because all of them will be flashed. None of them can none of them can do anything about it. So a real good positioning from Narshale, and it looks like thanks to that couple of rounds in a row from Team Mugi, Team Fanyu will be forced to play an eco round. They do not have enough money for a full buy. And Architect just got down. The only one guy who had an access to weapon.
And there you have it. Wombo finishes the job, but the triple kill was really impressive from, of course, none other than the, I think, very impressive Jet on the Team Mugi side. Does so much for them and can find impact time and time again. Of course, that Jet is Nyaru, a player that has definitely proven themselves in the past as well. And here you see it again, a triple kill to come through. And a sealed deal, 6-3. How are you feeling about your Team Fanyu pick, by the way, my dear McVire? I mean, you were very confident about them, but now here you got me. I said Team Mugi, and look who's winning, right? Look who's on top, eh?
Okay. Don't get too ahead of yourself, right? This is still an ascent, a map heavily favoring defensive side, and I believe that Team Fanyu, if they add like 1 or maybe 2 more rounds on the board, they will be able to pull it off in the defense. I really put my high hopes in there, but you might be just right. However, let's just find it out.
I'm always right, I'll tell you that much. Just as Fanyu tries to push a sight, but that resistance should be there in a moment, at least, coming out from heaven. Doesn't seem to happen straight away, however, the spike plant is denied. Mobsy also with that Hunter's Fury coming through, but surprise, says Nyaru. Always such a thorn in their side, and that right there, that's engagement. The fact that Nyaru was able to take out Paradox actually shows one of the key problems I find on the Team Fanyu side. Paradox? He had no idea that his teammate just got killed right behind him. He was completely distracted and completely caught out by that Nyaru. I mean, if that kind of thing can happen, then there is something going wrong, right? Then you are not paying attention where it's needed. And here you see it again in the replay. He's still looking in front of him. He was still looking at his utility being placed. And boom, you get a lost round. But obviously, also credit where it's due, Nyaru, that was a masterful flank.
Yeah, amazing timing. Just around the corner when he was needed. So, well, it might have been an issue from the point of view of Paradox, or maybe just a communication issue, because it is also a responsibility of Coach Cincy to call it out when he gets killed and call out the position of the attacker or the enemy. So that might have been an issue. 7-3, and Team Fanyu still trying to get some points on the board, finally getting the opening kill. This might change a lot, especially if you take into consideration that they have access to Raze's ultimate. Maybe it will help while attacking on B side. Yeah, Paradox with another kill, and it's just Wombo who holds it off alone. He's good for 1, but he's spotted by Train. Not spotted, executed by Train spotting, of course.
I mean, I suppose that he was spotted as well, right? If Train spots his enemies, he can kill them. Just like Paradox does with Narsil, leaving just one poor old Mugi behind in an undoubtedly tough spot. Flash is decent, I think, but the vision denied won't amount to much more, and it will end up with Mugi being caught out. Train to get that last kill, 4-7 on the board. Team Fanyu, you got a pretty decent position going, right? If you consider the fact that this might be somewhat defender-favoured, then, yeah, this is actually quite alright. This is potential right now for Team Mugi to either seal the deal with an 8-4, or for Team Fanyu to actually move 5-7, which in my eyes provides a little bit of extra confidence. You know, it makes me think, okay, you're only 2 rounds behind on the second half. That's not too bad. That's not too shabby.
Yeah, especially if you get this pistol round on the board. It's pretty much a tied up score then. So anything can happen. Like I told you, even though Team Mugi getting better results right now, it might not be enough, because then they will have to pull off the attack side, which is much more demanding. Nyaru with the first kill. Sorry, the second one, of course, because Team Fanyu 2 men short. They need some kind of a miracle here to pull it off, because getting through short will be one hell of a task. There is so much utility from Killjoy. She gets a kill on Fanyu, and they are pincered down in the short, in the tree. Mozzie, can they do anything? Train spotting actually getting 2. Maybe we'll be able. No, he won't be able to res. Of course, it was Mozzie who fell down alongside him, and it's an 8th round on the board for Mugi. That's the end. That's a wrap of the first half.
I do like the fact that resurrection was successful right at the end. Sadly, it doesn't matter all that much, because obviously it was the end of the half, so nothing gets preserved, nothing gets recovered. And we do see a pretty dominant showing from Mugi on this first half. 8-4 is a score that you can't ignore, as currently it is clearly Team Mugi eager for more. But maybe there will be a chance. Maybe it will be Fanyu that can score, and that can make sure that it will be them shaking Team Mugi to their very core. Now that's about all the words that I have that rhyme, or can I go for even more? No, now I'm really stopping. It's all yours, Magvire. Take it away.
Well, you've earned your gold ore. I mean, that's what
Nice.
you call it, right? Gold
Nice.
ore, yeah.
My gold ore. Huh, okay.
But no more.
What?
Okay.
Oh, dearie me. All right.
Okay. Let's go back to the game. Let's focus on what's happening, because, well, this is the grand finals. This is the very first map, of course, of the best of 3 series. Who gets on top here will have a big lead coming into the second map. And of course, just a small reminder, it is a pickup from Team Fanyu. They have been so far pretty much impenetrable on this map. They didn't lose a single one of those. And Aston so far has been so good in the...
Even if Narsul is able to find something in return near middle, I don't know how much it's worth. Now, though, as he gets himself a second kill, it can become a lot more powerful. Wombo then following up. A 1v2 that remains. 40 seconds on the clock, however. The pressure's definitely on Wombo to perform. And now it's Mobsy who's there for the return. But Mobsy, who doesn't anticipate Narsil in the exact same angle, looking back and recovering the Sheriff on top of it. I really had thought that this would be a round where we would see Team F, or Team Fanyu even, getting back on target, but that does not seem to be the case. It's Mugi that claimed both pistol rounds, and it's Team Mugi that now set themselves up to maybe actually secure this map win from their opponent.
And Nyaru putting his scales on display, 17-9. Wombo just 1 kill short to making it also... It looks like Mugi, maybe he's not the best player, at least on Ascent, just getting 4 kills, but for sure he had a good idea how to create this strong team that, with his help, is looking to qualify for a LAN in city of Wrocław.
The ever so beautiful city of Wrocław. You told me that you have been in the past, if I'm not mistaken, but then again, you do live in Poland, so that's, you know, kind of cheating. Just a little bit, right?
Yeah,
I look forward.
Just a bit.
I look forward to it.
I've been in a shopping mall there, I believe, because I was there as a young fellow League of Legends player, and we were actually being showcased as a new squad for the organization that was quite popular in Poland as an academy squad. So we had to do a little gig there. Yeah. You can only imagine, I was like 16, maybe 17 years old. I was really excited, and they gave us free pizza. I was like, this is the life of a
free
pro player.
pizza?
Yeah.
That's peak esports, all right, if I've ever heard it. Wow.
And you could choose the toppings. That's the best
What?
part.
What?
Yeah.
Player standing.
Unbelievable. Just like the performance from Team Mugi is unbelievable right now. It's a 3v1 just Paradox left at this point in time. Funyu and his team sadly a little bit left out, and also going to be giving away the double digits to their opponent. That is perhaps worst of all. Narsil in the end finishing the job with the Sheriff, and still rocking a Spectre as well for this, in my eyes, bonus round that is coming on through. Because currently, when you look at the weapon rate, it is a clear favour for Team Funyu, but it will be
No doubt
Team
about
Mugi making the best out of this. Those Spectres and those Sheriffs. You might think, well, you know, just invest in something. No, but look, currently for Team Mugi, if they can actually manage to take this round off Team Funyu, oh, dearie me, that'll have so much impact. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. That seems still statistically very unlikely. Normally speaking, this should be in the pocket for Team Funyu. The Vandals and the likes should be too strong.
You're right. That is completely correct. So what Team Mugi is looking forward now to do, probably get some weapons off the Team Funyu squad. Paradox just scanning the smoke, getting a little bit lucky, getting better off his teammate, of his opponent. Funyu as well, adding another 2 on top. And it looks like the 5th round should go the way of Team Funyu. So important not to lose those guns as well. And Architect will be the only one to fall. Funyu almost followed him down under, but staying alive with just 21 HP left. And the real test, the real question that we ask, how will Team Mugi perform on the attack side, should be answered now, because they have access to full guns. So they will try to, you know, put an end to this game starting now. They've gone to 2 digits and want to finish it off nicely.
Exactly so. We'll be having the Vandals on their sides and the likes. These weapons know how to carry an impact, but Shinji does get caught out a little bit. That shock dart makes for a nasty shock coming his way. Still, eventually he'll get rid of them, but Architect still holding down the angles, finding a solid double kill. As currently there is the massive return coming through from Team Mugi, and a 2v2 remains at the end.
Oh, they're playing together.
They're
quite unsure of the position of the enemy team. Just short, just a little bit short.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Narsil still hanging on. Yeah, Paradox. He has full HP. What is that TP? It's actually worked for Narsil. Oh my god, he pulls off the craziest shroud step I've ever seen. That was such a smart play. I mean, it was risky. Paradox just had to land those shots, but he wasn't sure if Narsil is actually teleporting towards his smoke, or maybe it just was just a fake teleport.
He did actually teleport into the smoke. He did actually move, but it was such a close-range teleport that I don't think it was anticipated right away. And he had that smoke spray down coming through, but it didn't book success in the slightest. And here you see it again, that tense 1v1 that was created, and just that immediate stick to the defuse. But he still had time. I don't know why he was so greedy with it. He didn't have to be so greedy. Patience,
maybe he just wanted,
patience is a virtue.
Maybe he just wanted to stick the fuse to you know, like get the info,
get that ultimate point, you know, get that orbital strike going.
maybe too. Oof, Architect.
Oh.
He has to, you know, put his dancing shoes on. He's actually managed to dodge it.
Tagged once, I believe.
Yeah, so
at least he's lost half his HP somehow. Somehow, you know. Those Hunter's Furies, they can be relentless. Don't want to get in the way of Sova when he's angry. You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
You should run.
Sova is a one-eyed guy from Russia. I would never like to, you know, cross him. That's not a good idea. Especially when he's holding his bow in his hands. Like, how often do you meet those guys, you know? Probably not the most likely scenario there. Narsil just TPing back because it looks like it will be a hit.
Oh, I was looking at this, wondering how he's going to play this out, but he won't do the craziest things. Oh, the showstopper, surprisingly enough, doesn't hit.
Enemy remaining.
But hey, no
Spike
worries,
down
no
A.
matter. Spike not down, and Wombo is the last man standing. He can try as he'd like, but
10
this just
seconds
isn't
left.
going to work out. This is a lost cause, and this will be Team Fun You taking the round instead, upgrading some weaponry here and there, and making sure that they can at least go to this next round, that they can at least confidently claim the 6-11.
Team Fanu winning a round of great importance. Have they lost it? They would be playing with their backs against the wall because Mugi was on the brink of getting a match point, a map point, excuse me. So, and also Team Fanu, they've put all of their savings into the previous round. Have they lost it? No more guns, no more phantoms, no more vandals, no more nothing probably. So a really, really important round going their way. They should be happy, but they cannot stop here. They still have to add a couple more to the mix. And yeah, of
Well,
course,
it seems
Team
like that's
Fanu-
what they're doing.
Yeah, looks like it.
Clearly, you know, that beautiful triple to start things off with. Architect clearly also on a roll. And currently there is no chance, it seems like, for Team Mugi to make something out of this. Even the man himself will go down. And that's, boom, 7-11. Team Fun You on a decent roll so far. A little 2-round streak going. But the resistance is going to come through. There's weaponry being bought already back on the Team Mugi side. So that's going to do a lot for them, I think. Sure, 2 players on light armor. That's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world either. I mean, hey, on the Team Fun You side, Paradox is also rocking light armor. Admittedly an operator at the same time, but let's skim over that little detail.
The rest of the rounds, they will be close like that because both teams, they put all the resources into them. So we'll expect them to buy the best gear possible, but also to have, you know, some issues concerning getting all of those abilities and weapons on the board. Team Fanu trying to get better of their enemies, but so far it's of course Mugi that are winning on those fights.
Oh, Mugi can't win that fight.
Take
But
us in.
Wombo, this lurk, this flank is excellent. He's got to be wary of his left side, though. Being outpeaked in a moment and being caught out. The fuse being stuck, ample time available. And Mobsy will actually succeed in that regard, taking it away. Also claiming the Hunter's Fury right away. And making sure that Team Fun You can get another round on the board. This is exactly the kind of closeness that we were able to expect for the grand final of today. It's lovely to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, the flank was a little bit. Well, it was a late flank. So basically, what you aimed for was a flank in the moment, in the perfect moment, in the perfect situation with perfect timing. He would have come and actually saved Mugi, maybe made a little, you know, some kind of distraction. And Wombo just was, I don't know, a couple of seconds short because when he came with the flank, the enemies were already on side, already starting to defuse the spike. And of course, he gets one of those kills, but this is not enough. He gives up his position, and the round is over. I remember yesterday when the first timeout was called, we were quite surprised, but it looks like Coach Shinshi is also trying to, you know, use this time effectively, maybe give an idea for his team, maybe just fire them up to finish this game because they are so close to actually, you know, get the upsets on the map of choice of Team Fanu.
I mean, that's what they've got to do right now. 2 more rounds. That's all they need.
Get out of my way.
And then you've got it. That first map and actually getting it on their opponent's map pick. That is the important factor. That is the one thing that they've got to pay attention to. Because right now, if they can't pull that off, then I start to worry, right? Then I start to think, okay, my Team Mugi pick, clearly it was right. But there's another problem at play. Team Mugi move to their own map pick. and they get the beautiful, beautiful advantage of having won their opponent's map pick as well. That enables a great scenario for a 2-0. It's possible, but I've got to see it to believe it first. For now, the entry frag has been found. Team Mugi putting themselves in a pretty good spot there, but
Yeah.
obviously, Team Mugi not sure if they can keep this up now. Just one kill has to go their way to finish the deal.
You can see the tactical timeout finally paying off. But Team Yugi waiting for the perfect occasion, for the perfect moment to strike. I don't think they will actually surprise anybody attacking A side.
30
This is
seconds
quite
left.
expected, but Team Fanyu still have to give up positions because of all this utility. However, it's Mozi who's trying to stop the advance with his ultimate, as well as the orbital strike from Paradox, who just missed a chance of killing Coach Shinshi. He gets better of him.
One enemy
Hopefully,
remaining.
it's Train Spotting who will be enough, but no, Wombo and Mugi adding the 12th round on the board and making
Match
it,
point.
getting it to 4 times, to 4 chances of finishing this map in the regular time.
I want to see that replay for a moment. You know, I gotta have a look at that, because there was a lot of chaos on this map, and you saw ultimates being pulled up as well. But what I also want to highlight on is the fact that Team Mugi, they actually waited for that very last moment, right? They waited down until that timer was on 30 seconds, instill some fear into the hearts of your opponents to try and make sure that they don't know exactly what to expect. For now, a new round commences, but of course this new round also creates the chance, creates the potential that maybe this will actually be the finisher to come through. Wombo finds Paradox. The man goes down, and Wombo seems to be on a roll. Will continue by taking out Train Spotting just as much, but Mobsy won't expect the Mugi refrag right away. A 2v4 scenario. These are notoriously unfavorable. And you see Funyu struggling, holding off this main line, but suddenly being the last man standing, can't win the battle with Wombo, and will lose it out. 13-8, that is the score, and that is Team Mugi making a mark, but more importantly, I should say, Team Mugi deciding to win their opponent's map pick. Ascend was chosen by Funyu, and although I saw resistance, I didn't quite get the feeling that this was Funyu at their most comfortable.
And you should be happy because, of course, you've picked Team Mugi to win the grand final. And yeah, they're getting the upset. The Ascent, that was such a strong pick in the group stage. And of course, playoffs so far for Team Fanyu. They just fell short a couple of rounds. And to be completely honest, I'm kind of baffled because during this map, Nyaru was unleashed. He played so well, and no Architect, no Fanyu, no one could have stopped him. And, well, it doesn't look good for Team Fanyu. They will have to bring it back on the second map, which is, of course, the pick of their enemy. So how do you plan on, how do you plan on doing that? What's there left to do?
I mean, I'd hope that there's some anti-stratting that has happened, that maybe Team Funyu will have decided to watch some of the previous broadcasts in which Team Mugi actually played. That's something that could go their way. They're going to have to really recognize the patterns. They're going to have to really be able to read Team Mugi to counter exactly what they're doing, because that's the main risk going on right now. It's Team Mugi that can find themselves in a fantastically strong spot, and that can now go for the finisher. They can go for the 2-0. It's a scary factor, but it's a reality. It's a possibility. We can only hope for Team Funyu that they'll be able to bring this to that decider to bind. But we have to stay realistic as well. It seems relatively unlikely now. I think that Team Mugi have put themselves in a spot where they have a certain advantage that they're carrying with them. And that certain advantage is so strong. A short question for you, Magvire. How are you feeling about this second map? Maybe a score prediction to come through?
Well, most importantly, it will be split if I remember correctly, right? So,
Yes.
Yeah, next up split. Excuse me. I'm just trying to gather my thoughts, maybe, you know, circle around the topic, because I just don't feel so confident in Team Fanyu. Of course, Ray's being such a good pick on split, so maybe he can bring it home. Maybe he can also, you know, feel the power and just start the fire that he was doing so well during a during last couple of days. I don't know. I'm really baffled by the
All right.
performance of Team
I mean,
Fanny. So we'll have to
that's
wait
an
and
answer
see
as
for
well.
ourselves, right?
That's an answer as well. Pleading the fifth, as they say. Not actually giving me an answer, but I understand it. I respect it. For now, we will have to wait a little while until that second map kicks off. We'll be moving to a break, and after that break, we'll be taking a look at the second map in this best of three, which might actually be the last one, depending on how Team Mugi's going to play, or depending on if Team Funyu can return. We'll see you after this intermission. Be sure to check out !HyperX and !Hyper or !Surfshark in the chat. See you in a bit.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Make it wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild. Bring it to the top, make it wild. Make it to the top, make it wild. Bring it to the top, make it wild. Bring it to the top, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild. Make it wild, make it wild, make it
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League, where we might just be getting close to that fated final map of today. It will depend, it will come down to Team FunU, their performance, because we've already seen Team Mugi absolutely dominate on the first map, although I've got to say, I've got to give some credit where it's due. Team FunU provided adequate resistance. 8 rounds is what they were able to get in return, but obviously Team Mugi got that ever so important 13, and as such, they will be the ones 1-0 in this best of 3 so far. And so we stand for an exciting situation. Split, the map pick from Mugi himself, is going to be played next. And McVire, are you going to follow me in this one when I say that this has got to be favoured for Mugi? I mean, it is his map pick. You can't get around that fact, can you?
Yeah, this is the map pick, but same case scenario as Ascent. I believe that Split will be a highly, defensive-sided map. So Team FunU, I believe that they should be choosing the defensive side because, of course, this is a map of the enemy. So you can choose which side you want to start on, and well, seeing how well you can perform during the defensive side, you should probably go there. However, looking back at Ascent, they actually managed to win more rounds during their attacking side. So this might be a factor that I didn't take into consideration, and maybe they'll start, on the attack side. Of course, like I mentioned before, Erase is a really strong character here, but also you could maybe go for Neon, which worked so well for FunU today. And one more important thing, this is the very first loss for any of those teams. So Team Mugi still undefeated, and Team FunU, well, they've just lost the very first game of this tournament on their side.
A bit of a shame, right? Because we saw Team FunU absolutely decimate yesterday, getting a clean 4-0 slate in map count as they ended their own group stages. That was a really dominant showing, and that really made a clear mark on us. Let us know, okay, Team FunU, they are here, and they are not messing around. Still, it's a bit of a shame for them, but they can't handle themselves as well versus Team Mugi. They seem to be a slightly stronger opponent, but I look forward to seeing if now things will be different on Split. Let's also take a look at what agents they might be selecting, because that's also an important factor. And of course, keep your eyes peeled, because Mugi instantly lock in everything. Chamber, Omen, Neon, Sage, and Breach. What's Team FunU going to do in return?
They've already locked in Neon. They were quite quick with the agent select, so they are feeling confident in their team composition, and honestly, I quite like it. There's a lot of potential for all of those stuns. Of course, Neon and Breach bringing the abilities, as well as Omen being the only controller to have access to a flash, which is such a wide skill shot, hard to miss, hard to also dodge. So basically, I quite like what I'm seeing from the side of Team Mugi. In terms of Team FunU, yet again, those comfort picks coming into play. You have Raze for FunU, you have Architect on his Reyna, so they should be pretty well aware of what their agents do. But is it going to be enough, facing off such a strong opposition? First of all, winning the first map, but also adding those agents who I find more suitable to the likes of a map such as Split.
We'll have to see. We'll have to find out. Agent composition always matters quite a lot now, doesn't it? But let's actually take a look at the game itself. We'll also see those lovely agents coming back on the screen, because I do have to say this has got to be one of the most wildly varying team compositions that we've seen so far. As a matter of fact, the only similarities are the two Sages. For the rest, everything is different. For the rest, there is no single matched agent, and as such, that's going to provide us with an exciting scenario, right? I wonder how this is all going to be played out, but let's go ahead and take a look, as currently Nyaru goes to the first engagement, waiting. Frenzy, of course, already in the hands, but Frenzy this time not getting to shine straight away.
Yeah, and in terms of what's quite popular lately, it will be Team Mugi with the composition which is much more up-to-date with the latest trends. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they can use all of those agents. And like I mentioned before, it will be Team FunU starting in the defensive side. They want to get ahead as much as possible, stack those points, and maybe get enough of those to actually try and sneak it to the third map. But on our screens, we have the very first round of this map. Team Mugi with a strong emphasis on the mid control. You can see 4 players there trying to not trying, they actually managed to take control of that, but they're waiting. Nothing is going to happen though, unless Nyaru pulls the trigger. It will be the one leading the offensive, and he gets the kill on Fanyu himself.
Seconds left. Spike down B.
And that will be Architect on a roll, finding the triple. Team Funyu, this is exactly what you needed to see, but then Narsil and Wombo come back on the return. And where you thought for a moment that this was a done deal, that Team Funyu had it in the pocket, you still get that spike plant coming through, you still get that return going ahead. And right now, Train spotting, looking around, trying to find, but you don't see any aggressiveness coming out from Team Mugi. They just peek carefully, so Paradox now in a more dangerous situation, but he's going to be double peeked, and he will get a cheeky headshot on Wombo. Sadly, though, Narsil is quicker on that return.
Such a surprising position from Wombo, because he was sitting right on top of the spike. You normally don't expect a player to remain there after he has planted the spike, because, well, this position doesn't allow you for much. But when you're playing in a situation where the enemies have no info where you are at, you can try and pull it off, and it actually worked for Wombo. Of course, Nashil, this time around, he had just good enough timing to actually get Architect, who was wreaking havoc in the middle of the side, getting 3 kills. He almost single-handedly stopped the advance, but that was just not enough. And Team Mugi getting the first round on the board. Now with the better weaponry, it should be no big of a challenge winning this round.
And you see that happen quite quickly. Good team play there, actually. The breach flash coming ahead, and then Yaru going for the peak. But they've got to keep their flank covered. Looks like they'll be quite all right in that sense, though. As for now, Arctech will come through in the sideline, I guess I'm going to call it. You will find 1 kill, but what will that 1 kill be able to do? Because in the grand scheme of things, Team Mugi, they stand 4-2, and a plant will come through. This is a pretty solid setup for the 2-0. I mean, currently, Team Funyu, they can't get back on top of this. And they've also got a Sage Wall to contend with. I dare almost say, just let it be, let it go. But obviously, saving, that is a word that is rarely in the vocabulary of these teams, I think.
They're out for blood. They really want to get it out of the way and just fight it out. But it's just Architect who is actually making a difference. 3 kills yet again on his side. He has access to Empress. Of course, she will not be useful and will not be used this time around, but Architect making his best efforts to actually try and get as many of those guns of the opponents as possible. And he's managed to get 3 Spectres out. So really, for Team Mugi, this now is a tough decision. You can kind of share those 2 Spectres among themselves. Wombo will probably be playing with Headhunter, and the remaining 2 players who don't have access to better guns will probably upgrade to a better pistols, because you don't want to force during the bonus round. And this will be a quite poor. It will be a poor man's.
A poor man's buy. Oh
yeah,
dear.
poor man's buy.
That sounds terrible. Those poor people. Really, though, Team Mugi in that sense, yeah, you could argue not really in the best of positions, but they're going to make it work anyway. Pistols can be strong sometimes. Architect, though, will come in with the further pressure, but then he gets caught out, stuck in between the fast lane. And Funyu going for the next battle, but then Narsil catches him out with the Spectre. At least Mobsy goes for the return. And a 3v3 remains. Wombo then comes through with a Headhunter. Nyaru, that Spectre is so strong. And it's Shinshi in the end that can still win this out. So much weapon recovery is possible. And that is a incredibly good move, actually. A really good round by Team Mugi. This is the type of round that you can still enjoy the benefits of 2 or 3 rounds down the line.
Yeah, basically, we started off with saying this is a poor man's buy, but it looks like a story of from rags to riches, basically, on the side of Team Mugi. Amazing showing, yet again, from Nashin and Nyaru two-man army. Those guys are playing exceptionally well, and Mugi must be so happy that he's decided to drop them into his team, because so far they are working their butts off to actually get into Wrocław to the LAN tournament.
Exactly, and getting that far, getting that fated ticket, it would be so worthwhile. That's what they're all playing for at this point in time, right? That's what's at stake. One map, in theory, separates Team Mugi from achieving that goal. As currently, you do at least have Shinji a little bit caught out by the paint shells, and then finished off from Architect. It'll be Shinji to fall, and a 3v4 on the board. This could be a situation where Team Funyu can finally find a round. So they've got to be wary. Wombo, I wanted to say, has got a decent position, but if he runs into 2 free players at once, then it's nigh undoable. Luckily, a spike plant can be achieved, and it will now be Wombo holding a different angle. 70 HP left, and the Lear coming through. But he's so close, he had ran out of bullets already. 2v4 should not be winnable, although the side sweep from Mugi is strong. Reload comes through, but there's the pressure from Funyu to get a beautiful double. And that's Narsil and Mugi both going down. The ultimate point being given away to Mobsy to get that res in their hands at least a little bit quicker.
That is such an amazing job done by Funyu. Jumping onto the side, getting 2 kills, getting into close quarters basically. Putting his gun to the head of the enemies, and the Sheriff made it work. First round for Funyu, finally something on the board, and well, to see Paradox Man making use of this judge, because if Funyu didn't get the second kill, it would be 1v1, and pretty much everything is still possible. Mozzie could pull it off, but Mugi can pull it off. And talking about Mozzie, he just puts the wall down to slow down the advance, but this won't help him that much because it was broken down instantly. Nyaru as well as Mugi getting 2 kills on the board, letting the team get such an advantage right now in terms of the numbers on the map, and also just straight out planting the spike down.
You want to play?
Such a hexed round already. And it's just 3 players on the side of Funyu. Make it 2, make it 1, because Wombo is putting this to the force to use just Architect. And I know he's capable of pulling some crazy clutches off, but this time around it's just impossible. He will not be able to get pretty much anything here. Maybe 1, maybe 2 kills, but that would be it, and not even any of those. It's just a flawless round from Mugi.
And currently, as that tour de force, as you or as I like to so aptly phrase it, has found so much impact, Mugi can be happy with the 4th round on the board. For Team Funyu, I'm really starting to expect something at this point in time, right? It's now or never to make things work. If they get, or if they even let Team Mugi get too far ahead, I'm saying another 8-4 halftime score, for example, then it is just too dire. Then that is unwinnable, and then that will be Team Funyu just completely caught out and probably set up for failure. We'll have to see, though. Maybe there will be a difference to come through, although right now the buy is anything but helpful. And Team Funyu is looking at quite the challenge the moment Team Mugi decides to execute.
They don't have access to any of the ultimate abilities to maybe even things out on the server, so just those Sheriffs. Funyu, well, I think he gave up his position. There won't be much of him remaining in any second now. Nyaru just getting a free kill there. Paradox, he was hoping that he would get some chance of using this shorty, and he might actually be able to pull it off. Mugi, no one covered him, but it's Coach Shinji who is getting back on the board. 3 kills for him, and it's the 5th round for Team Mugi, I believe. They are starting the second map off with such a great lead against their enemies. Oh, this might not go to full length of the series. This might be just 2-0. I mentioned being on the defensive side might be slightly favoring the guys that are starting the map you know, on the defensive side. But so far, they've only managed to win one of those rounds. That's a little too late.
Too little, too late, as they say, right? The ever so known saying. But we'll have to see if now Nyaru maybe can find his next kill. At least finds the first. Funyu, the team captain, taken out, but Paradox on the return. Nyaru, though, on a roll. And look at this. Oh, these movements. The dashes, they are beautiful. And Nyaru setting himself up for the 4K. Should be able to get it in a moment, depending on when he peaks, but won't actually commit to it on time. Now dropping down the fast lane and getting the spike down by his teammates in the meantime. Leads to a dire situation where Architect is stuck out, looking around, hoping to find something, but now caught by the trap. It's a pretty much done deal. There's so much pressure being put down. Nyaru's on the hunt and setting himself up for that 4K in just a second. But Wombo will actually steal it. Team Mugi take the 6th round. And already, with 6 rounds ahead, Funyu 5 behind. I mean, where is this going to go? What can they do? Team Funyu is nowhere to be found on this map. They're just completely caught out by Team Mugi right now.
Just look at Naru. He's highlighting the strength of Neon in such a good way. And this is my problem with Reina Peak. She can be a good agent, but she's just so weak in comparison to some other agents in terms of playmaking, in terms of the ability to create space to put the pressure on the enemies. Neon, she's just running around, sliding around, throwing all of those stuns around. She can put a lot of pressure on the enemies. As Reina, you only have a Leer, and that's about it. The rest of your kit revolves about you getting kills, and somehow you just do not have things that will make you that will allow you to get those kills. So this is my biggest problem with Reina here, because Architect, he's putting the numbers up, he's getting so many of those kills, but sometimes it's just not enough. Sometimes he needs some tools to make the difference in some other form. Eco round for Team Fanyu. We don't expect them to do much, especially after losing control over A side. Spike is down. Wombo with another kill. It should be.
Took him some time though.
Down and dusted.
Wombo, I was a little bit scared there for Wombo. It looked like it could have almost become an oopsie. Oh, now it's some Mobsy being caught out there almost. Eventually it'll be Wombo to find him though. And now Narsil finishing out the round 7-1. And I guess this is kind of in line with the expectations, right? You could have expected that Team Mugi were going to be this dominant on their own map pick, because that is the factor in play here. I said it before as well, Team Mugi, a team full of immortals, but the fact that they've managed to win their opponent's map pick and now move to their own map pick puts them in such a stronger position and makes sure that Team Mugi is becoming more likely and likely to go for the 2-0 result in this best of 3.
I'm just trying to consider what are the chances, what's the left for Team Fanyu, because they might have no fuel left in the tank for this final, and it really is a shame, it really is a pity that they have been showing some great performances throughout the tournament, throughout the qualifier, but in the most important matchup, on the second map, they are just nowhere to be found. They've lost their superstar player during this round. However, they have 3 other ultimates that are still ready to use. Maybe try to come up with some sort of answer by using them. That is my advice. Mozi losing his life. He will also not be able to use his res. So this pretty much means the end of the round.
Mugi now committing to that plant, but Nyaru lurking about, sees the legs appear. Maybe even ace potential, actually. Nyaru just going on the run, but running right into Paradox's operator. Still an important piece of intel that's given away, and that should trigger a hunt from the Team Mugi members, because you want to deny that operator. That's a very, very expensive piece of kit, so not something you'd like your opponent to keep. Now Wombo comes through, but Paradox quicker on the return. 1v2 is left, and the only thing that's going well for Team Mugi here is the fact that they've got all those economic reserves, so they can actually keep hunting for it. They can actually make sure the piggy bank for Team FunU is destroyed. But at this point, Paradox will just keep hopping about. Mugi, however, makes one clear statement. Even with a classic, I can still get you, mate. And that'll be the 8-1 for Team Mugi. Solid performance and good hunting at the end of the round.
They are just styling on them. Mugi jumping around with
Styling
classic,
on them.
finishing. Yeah, the last scale was, you know, some extra style points. That's something that we would give during Polish broadcast to some players. just some extra points, you know, extra style points when you've done something cool. When
No,
when
I
you're
get it. I get the
dripping
principle.
swag, yeah. Okay.
I remember once I had this quiz. I did this broadcast, and we had a quiz on it. And my colleague hosted. She hosted the quiz, and then it was between me and my co-commentator. And my co-commentator got style points, which I absolutely disagreed with because I was actually winning at that time. I just did not want to give them the style points. Just like Nyaru right now doesn't want to give any vision to Train, denying it, but in that actually losing out and completely disregarding Train altogether. Bit of an unfortunate scenario, but a spike that'll still be planted eventually. Wombo not close enough, I believe, but never mind. Caught out by the paint shells after all. And that will leave the showstopper in play on the target. Nyaru to go down, and only Shimshi being left. Can he win this? No. Only a kill found, and now Paradox sticking the defuse, making sure that at least there's a second round on the board for Team FunU. But there's still a lot to be done.
With Nyaru falling down and FunU just getting a lot of those kills thanks to his utility, you can see the strength of Raze on this map. Finally something happened. Something good happened on the side of Team FunU, but it's just the second round. They need so much more than that. How to do it? This is the question. They still have some ultimates left. I believe that during the last round there was the orbital strike as well as Raze's ult used by them. Paradox was actually trying to get Nyaru, but he cannot go out in the open like that. He'll just get spotted in the middle, and he falls victim to a very first firefight of this round. Without Brimstone, you do not have access to any more smokes, so it's really up to Team FunU to not let the attackers on side, because if they do, this will be a problem, maybe even too big to overcome.
Sometimes you just have those kind of scenarios where you have to gather all your courage, all your might to make sure that you can tackle the task at hand. As right now, Architect will be that first line of defense, still gets lucky, catches out Mugi, but Wombo will deny the next chance. A trade to start things off with near the A site, as now Mobsy is responsible for the further defense, but you can see Team Mugi being caught out somewhat. They actually decide to leave this for what it is, move through to middle, and commit to the B site instead, which is a perfect choice to make. Although at this point in time, with a 4v2 being left, it already seems like a lost cause for Team FunU anyway. It's currently Train looks ahead. The res does come through from Mobsy. That was into play earlier, but was denied. Now with 9 seconds remaining, when is this spike ever going to be planted? Luckily, Narsil was holding the angle, because otherwise that could have been a critical amount of seconds lost. For now, it's a 2v4 that's left still. Wombo strong on the tour de force, and Nyaru finishing the battle. Thought it was a no-scope, but that wasn't the case. 9-2 for Team Mugi, and just one round left in this first half.
Luckily, I think that was Narsil who was holding the angle, but there was no luck involved. You really have to appreciate how well disciplined Team Mugi is. They were actually waiting for all the players to move from A side towards B. They were also waiting for the abilities to come back online. I think it was the dark cover that was couple of seconds of cooldown, and only after Nashil smoked the entrance to CT, they actually went in. Okay, let's focus on yet another round. It's the last one during the first half, and it also looks like Team Mugi getting early advantage. It's 4v2, and it just Fanyu as well as Train spotting alive on the side of Team Fanyu.
Once more, we enter a 2v4 scenario. We've seen those time and time again, and we've seen the way those tend to go. Team Mugi will be able to set themselves up for that B side, but the question I dare ask is, will it even be necessary? Well, it most certainly will. Train makes that clear as he catches out 2 players on the Team Mugi side. Train also putting further pressure down, but eventually being found by Nyaru, leaving only Fanyu behind. No showstopper or anything of the likes here. Just time for Team Mugi to commit to the spike plant. Nazil, that is going to have to kind of play the bait in my eyes. And that spike now having been planted means that all Team Mugi can do is wait things out. There's 1 satchel charge, no more boom bots or no more paint shells. Makes it for a very tough battle that Fanyu is looking at.
Can he do anything? It will be so hard, especially after being flashed, but he gets the very first kill. However, it's Nashil who instantly puts an end to Fanyu. 10-2. What a commanding performance by Team Mugi, especially if you take into consideration the fact that they started on less preferred side of the map. Right now, they will be the ones to defend. They will be the ones with a easier task on as it seems.
Let's take a look. This pistol round can be a momentum changer, as currently you would have a chance for Fanyu to actually take the pistol round. Obviously, they didn't succeed in that endeavor for the first half, I believe. That's where Team Mugi got it. But maybe we'll be surprised, right? Maybe they'll be able to break through the streak, because obviously Team Mugi's been able to get all the pistol rounds up until this point. For now, though, Fanyu strong on the entry, and that is exactly the kind of start we were waiting for. With Nyaru going down, it'll be Team Fanyu actually jumping into that heaven position. Some vision denied. And Team Fanyu still being caught out somewhat. Wombo comes ahead. Oh, look at this. Wombo, you cheeky man, with the classic no less. A triple found, and Mugi quickly dodging the Killjoy ability. As currently that is a situation where Wombo's on a roll. He actually will not find the ace, but he can get a very impressive 4K. Architect to go down, and the 11-2 to appear on the board. Team Mugi, they take all the pistol rounds so far in this best of 3.
And I couldn't be more wrong. I mean, I couldn't be in the wrong. No, I couldn't be more wrong choosing Team Fanyu over Mugi.
Yeah, I get it.
You know,
It's disappointing. I feel you. I
was really counting for a close game. I was really hoping that we are going to get, you know, such an exquisite performance and just a pleasurable match to watch. But so far, Team Fanyu, they're just getting smacked, and it's not enjoyable to watch for a fan like me. Team Fanyu, where are you guys? Come on.
We knew and we thought that they could do so much better. And admittedly, on that first map, we actually saw that resistance, right? It went 8-13, so I also really thought this can go differently. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Mugi now on the frag with Fanyu. Bit of a streamer-on-streamer violence as a minute remains on the clock. And obviously, this time round, with Team Mugi being on the defending side, the pressure is on Team Fanyu to actually commit to that spike plant. And that spike in question is still stuck out in main. A 1v1 remains in total. Mugi falling back somewhat toward the site, and a situation being left out where at least Train has plenty of abilities, and Mugi now is best off delaying as long as possible so that that heal can come into play if it would be necessary. For now, we wait a little while longer until the risk is taken. Train moves ahead to commit to that B side and actually plant. But every time wasted for Train is a critical one, because if the timing's right, Mugi might actually catch Train out, and this should be the case. Train will try as he may to get this to work, but Mugi knows exactly what to do. got to commit to the spike plant. Will not actually deny it, Mugi. But eventually, a kill should be found. Slow orb coming through, and Mugi just slowly creeping ahead. Going into a bit of a battle with the turret, but eventually finding Train. Triple kill for Mugi in total, and the defuse to come through, 12-2.
Nicely done by Mugi. Keeping his head cool, not pushing, not making any mistakes. He just baited out the peek from the enemy. He knew he's quite low, so a couple of bullets.
Match point.
I think a couple of bullets and he finished him off. So 12-2. This is such a commanding victory for Team Mugi if they manage to do it now. If they manage to finish it off. Of course, bonus round ahead of them. No need to buy guns. No need to or actually no, I'm so sorry. It's Train Spotting and his team that are forced to force buy, basically. Nyaru and the rest of the Team Mugi, they are looking to stop this offensive right in its tracks, and so far they've managed to get 2 of those on the board.
Right now, it seems to pretty much be a done deal. A 2v5 is left. And they'll try as they may, but this battle is not won out. 1v3 in the end. Narsil getting the final kill. And Team Mugi, they will win the map. They will take the battle. And not just the map, but the entire match goes to them. The best of 3 turns into a 2-0. Team Mugi, you have secured your ticket for the final in Wrocław. You have secured your place in the LAN. Very deserved and very well played. But obviously for the people at home, don't fret too much. There are still options available. Exclamation mark wildcard. The HyperX wildcard can help you out and can make sure that your favorite streamer will still be able to make it all the way to Wrocław. Still, before that can happen though, there's quite a bit of fighting left to be done. McVire, that was it. How are you feeling as we see the highlights cross on by?
Well, I'm a little bit sad for Team Fanyu. After all, in the end, they didn't manage to show us, the great performance, especially on the second map. This split was as one-sided as it could possibly be, only bringing 2 rounds on the board. But after all, just looking at Team Mugi, they've been such a treat to watch because they have everything you want to have in a streamer's team. You have, of course, these individual players performing really well, but you've also got some tactics, they are comfortable on different agents, they can switch it up, and also just being able to bring out the best tactics possible. They look like a really good contender in terms of the teams that are already qualified. Of course, there's still Polish qualify yet. And, well, I'm going to be completely honest. I feel like Polish region might be the strongest one out of the ones that we have. But maybe I might be wrong. Like, I was wrong last time when I predicted Team Fanyu winning the finals. And it was actually Team Mugi. But I can definitely see Team Mugi, going, getting a good result in Wrocław during the LAN tournament.
We'll have to see that down the line. For now, let's also take a look at the bracket to really settle things out. Once again, to reiterate, it was Team Mugi that won it out here 2-0 twice in a row. And Team Mugi with a very convincing score. Actually, thrice in a row, as a matter of fact, due to the fact that obviously Team Mugi on that first day had to play a best of 3 as well. And won that out very convincingly too. So, it's the power of the team filled with the Immortals. That's what I settled on at the beginning of this matchup. And, I hate to say it to you, McVire, but I did kind of tell you so, right? Team Mugi, a team filled with Immortals, and a team that very much are able to rise up to the challenge. A beautiful, beautiful best of 3 in the end, as we saw quite a few of today. Have you got still a small highlight of today's matches, McVire? Anything that stood out to you?
I've got to tell you, it will be the overall level of play from Team Mugi because they showed us a great fracture. Right now, they showed us a great split, so you can see that they've come prepared to this tournament and they can switch things up. So I'm really eager to see what else they can prepare before the LAN tournament in Wrocław, because we still have so much time until the tournament. So if they really want to try hard and if they really want to aim for the first spot, they could spend a lot of time right now just practicing, just training ahead of the tournament, and maybe bring even something more crazy into the mix. But so far, it must be Nyaru, who is an amazing Jet player, an outstanding Neon user, such a good guy, such a slick player, if you can call him that. So this will be the guy that I want to highlight from the Team Mugi. But overall, a team effort, a cohesive unit, that there was no one slacking behind. There was no weakest link in the chain. All of them contributed towards the final result. Of course, Nyaru being the standout guide for me, but it usually is like this when the duelists on the team, right? Those are the flashy guys. Those are the guys that are supposed to be in the limelight.
They are. Absolutely so. I mean, I agree with you there, and I can totally find myself in that one. For now, though, that means that we conclude everything for today. We are done and dusted. We had a wonderful, wonderful time today, of course. I had none other than the ever so beautiful Magvire with me at MagVireLol on Twitter. I was your commentator as well, /host at RJCast on Twitter. Follows appreciated, of course, for the both of us. Thank you as well to HyperX Surfshark for safely surfing those internet waves. And of course, thank you to the city of Wrocław for being there also to support this tournament. Have a lovely evening, have a lovely night, and catch you on the flip side next week with the Polish qualifier. Have a good one.
Hey, chat.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.